everybody. Happy hump day. How's everybody feeling out there? Who we got? Good morning, my lady. Mr. Santa, Junk Savvy in the house. Loki, my man. What's up, Loki? Huta Morgan, Germ Corp. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Ron D in the house. Yes. Mullen on the move. Randy. What's up, Mr. Stogner? So, here we are. Elections seem to go off pretty good. All things considered, I didn't see any reports of any violence, any crazy stuff like that. So, I think that's let's start off the day with some, little bit of positivity. And still, I think I could make that happen. I think I actually might know a guy that has a turkey suit too, my lady. So still, a lot of the races up for grabs. Crypto for us all. Good morning, my friend. But it looks like the Republicans are going to, at the very least, win the House. Senate still up for grabs. We might not know that if the Herschel Walker, if the Georgia runoff ends up being the determining thing. We might not know for another month. But I think we do know that there's going to be some kind of gridlock, and normally that would be a good thing for the market. But the thing missing that's different from past gridlocks is having the Fed to inject stimulus to pretty much compensate for the gridlock. I don't think that we're going to see that now, so we will see how the market reacts. We'll see how it reacts. Good morning, Sabrina. Happy hump day. Sun still rising? Yeah, sun's still there. Miraculously, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if they got caught or they just didn't. I don't think democracy ended up being stolen last night. I think that was on the bill. Nobody wants to tell me to put the music on. There we go. All right. Well, let's see. Let's see what it is that they want us to focus on today. So here's 5 things to know before the market opens. Yes, market gridlock. U.S. stock markets were on a little bit of a roll ahead of Election Day as investors had bet on partisan gridlock in the next Congress. Yet, by Wednesday morning, the balance of power had yet to be decided. Early results showed Democrats outperforming expectations, with several key seats yet to be decided. Many investors are keen on the parties sharing power in Washington, seeing it as a way to contain spending, especially as high inflation grips the economy. And as long as inflation is high, the Federal Reserve has said it is prepared to keep raising interest rates. Blah, blah, blah. And state of the big races. Blah, blah, blah. We'll keep it not political. Meta news. Meta lays off thousands. So they said Wednesday to lay off more than 11,000 employees, or about 13% of its workforce. The job cuts come after a sobering earnings report from Meta last month when it posted surging costs and declining ad revenue. Zuckerberg has been plowing billions of dollars into its nascent online metaverse, which has suffered from declining user numbers and widespread mockery over its cartoonish graphics. I like that. Stock of the company, which also includes social media apps Facebook and Instagram, is down over 70% this year as of Tuesday's close. Its market cap, once above $1 trillion, is now only $255 billion. Only. else? Tragic Kingdom. Look at that clever play on words. Not great, Bob. Disney's earnings reports Tuesday disappointed in just about every way. Profit missed Wall Street's expectations by a wide margin. Revenue fell short too, dragged down by a soft performance by the company's media and entertainment segment. Even the silver linings were offset by gray clouds. Disney Plus streaming subscriptions topped expectations, but its high costs ate into the bottom line, and the company expects growth to slow in the current quarter. Disney's Parks and Cruises segment posted record revenue, according to CEO Bob Chapek, but even that didn't live up to analyst projections. And number 5, let's bring it back to that, and yeah. So more fighting in Ukraine, apparently. Yes, Merrimack, MACK, jumps 183% as partner Ipsen says a pancreatic cancer trial met main goal. Yeah, so what that is, let me get the name of the drug, but it's already FDA approved. And now now the next move for Merrimack will be getting it approved for other kinds of treatment. So it's already an approved drug, and it is. This should give them the ammunition to get it approved in other capacities. And Disney was down 6%. 8%, 8.5% Disney. So another one under the $100 mark. And, Hills Bills made a great point the other day about, until the big boys topple, what we can't possibly find a bottom. And I mean, what's going to be our measure of toppling, I guess, is one thing. But we seen Apple take a hit last week. Granted, that was kind of China related. We're seeing Disney take a hit today. We've seen Meta. Some other big. We see Tesla down. We see Netflix. What's going on with them? So a lot of the big boys have fallen. So maybe it starts a chain reaction. I don't know. Mac is up 225%. At 13:02. Arctic Fox, Alaska. Good morning, my friend. Good to see you. Good to see you. GermCorp, U.S. mortgage applications fall for the 7th week. Mortgage applications in the U.S. fell 0.1% in the first week in November, a 7th consecutive decline led by a 3.5% drop in applications to refinance a home loan. So not just new buyer mortgages. Refinancing is down. I wonder if that will pick back up as people get more desperate, though, GermCorp. I know it's got to be, there's still got to be people in there that are locked into flexible rate or adjustable rate mortgages. I don't know enough about that end of the housing market. Ipsy, yes, Ipsy. So that's their partner, and then the name of the drug. So the name of the drug is Onivyde Plus. Onivyde, so it's already approved in the U.S. in combination with fluorouracil and leucovorin for the treatment of patients with metastatic and adenocarcinoma of the pancreas after disease progression follows gemcitabine-based therapy. Wow. So it's already approved for that, and they're trying to get it approved. Payments to Merrimack from Ipsen would be due. So Merrimack will actually get the money when they get the FDA approval of Onivyde for certain additional uses. So that's something we can follow as this this is a big hit today, but I would expect this to probably at least trickle down until that approval comes in. This is a different kind of approval, guys. Now, looking at a company like Senseonics, their approval came. Big process to get that the device to market. This is this is a drug that's already approved for one treatment. Looking to get FDA approval to treat different stuff with it, so it's already in the pipeline. It's already, and again, this is money on demand. This isn't, okay, we got FDA approval, now once we sell it, we'll get money down the line as soon as that hits. So keep an eye out. They haven't listed any kind of time frame. You can always look on the FDA schedules. It doesn't, it's not always too specific, but something to keep an eye on. Mr. Birdie Hunter, good morning, my friend. And we'll be talking about those AMC earnings in just a minute there, Birdie. I'd like to get your thoughts on that. Okay. Appreciate that, Junk Savvy. Flex rate mortgages have rate hike limits. It will still be in their favor to hold until rates come down. If they do in the next 1 to 2 years, you also have to consider cost to refi in the equation. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's out of my league talk. And I appreciate the housing market. That's a lot of people think that's the next shoe to fall. I think I heard a knock at the door.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hey, I'm gonna need you to bring it to like an 8 at least.
An 8?
Yeah, you're at about a 0.5. All right.
Nah, I'm up there.
No, yes, we are. We are big up. We are up and away.
Junk Savvy, I haven't even poured through that earnings. I have to admit, way too much going on yesterday with the AMC earnings. But I will dive into that. I didn't see any headline news on it. The tough thing is with that, it should be underway. It should definitely be underway, but the tough thing is you got to think of that as a 360-day trial. You know what I mean? So it's going to take some time. But I'll look and see if we got any kind of update on that. The revenue numbers and stuff, obviously down from last quarter because they're pumping this new product, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with them spending the money. I don't see any offerings or anything in the future. We are down at the $1.20 mark. That gets a little bit, that could get a little sketchy if it drops below that. But I think we get through this fourth quarter. We start having positive news out of SENS going into the new year. And I think it'll be good. What's up, Lobo? Grumpy old man? So AMC earnings, they were long. I'll give them that. They kept us here for a while. Nothing really new. An update on the streaming service that they're kind of phasing that out, which I can agree with that. Unless they would have, the only thing I thought that they may have been able to capitalize, but I think somebody has that market is hotels. The streaming services where hotels play movies that are still at the movie theater, things like that. But I would imagine that's already sold up. The rest of the streaming services, too much of a saturated market. I agree with them 1,000%. Taking their focus elsewhere. What else? The big news, obviously, that APE was diluted a little bit and will essentially continue to be. Forget the exact number that was raised. So they sold 14.9 million APE shares, which it's kind of tough to take that when he says, "Oh, we were very careful about when we sold them," you know. But at the same time, you know, we're still down, you know, near the all-time lows of this. So what more damage could you have done? But and then the other news, what Elon sold, was it $4 billion worth of Tesla stock? Oh wow. Well, you know that let's not overreact to that, because maybe, I don't know, maybe they're putting all the resources to getting that 180 day to people. Maybe they weren't expecting to get the kind of the partnerships with the insurance companies that they got. So maybe they underestimated that, scaled back on the future project to focus on getting this to market to start generating revenue. Or they could just be dropping the ball, you know. They may have had to jump through some kind of hoops too to get people to I have to think that that's a harder trial to get people signed up for. You know, not that people wouldn't love the chance at it, but you're talking about a year-long trial. That's a big commitment. So maybe there was a delay in finding candidates. I don't know. Let's see. So the highlights: launch collaboration with the nurse practitioner group designed to expand U.S. patient access to Senseonics 6 months E3 system by providing additional convenient in-office and at-home sensor insertion options. Yes, you gave me that news a few days ago. That was big. So completed enrollment of a pivotal trial for a 365-day sensor configuration and submitted IDE for enrollment of a pediatric cohort in the enhanced study. Oh, this is good news here. Concluded the full transition to Eversense E3 globally with our commercial partner Essentia Diabetes Care, launching E3 in all planned global markets, and now only E3 systems are being shipped globally. Inclusion of all 3 CPT codes, which is big news when those codes or they can't get paid. Received positive coverage decisions from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Florida and others, adding 5 million covered lives for Eversense E3 CGM, and generated revenue of 4.6 million. Again, I'm not too worried about revenue or anything like that, at least until next year on them. So I would say all around, and again, that's the first earnings call, the Senseonics one, that I haven't listened to in well over a year. Nonetheless, they are down 4% here in the pre-market. Ape down 7%. Got Disney down over 9% now. DWAC down 18% at 22.92. So probably a little pushback there. A lot of talk is that you know, the Republicans not having as good of a night as was being predicted. A lot of blames being put on Trump. So we'll see how that affects both DWAC and the future. We'll see if that announcement still comes next week. A lot of people thinking that he's not the clear-cut choice for the Republican Party. So we'll see what happens there. But be keeping an eye on DWAC getting hammered today. What you looking at, Enzo? We got 8 minutes. 8 lovely minutes.
I don't know if Coinbase is going to be able to hold. I don't know that we're not going to see a 10% day down to the downside on Coinbase. I mean, I could easily see that happening. I could also go and see Tesla, SPY. I could see the SPY going down like I've been saying, and also have the SPY go up, Tesla come down, reverse that. Tesla go up, the SPY come down, and the reason being is because it diverged from its technical. If you look at the SQs and you look at Tesla, pretty much everything's the same except for now they're over their technicals, the EMA, VWAP, that kind of stuff. SQs decided to hold that. However, I would be very curious to see if this doesn't get rejected and try to go back through VWAP. Just because of on the daily chart, I still think 53.43 would be a possibility. I also think that it would be really cool to go grab 51.37. So that being said, that looks to me as if going right into the next 5 minutes here, I need quite a bit on Tesla, but I can use simple technicals or simple trend lines right now to assume you're gonna see a red candle, and then we're gonna go. I would like to say, if I'm gonna wake up this morning, do the same thing I do every day and say, how are you gonna screw me today? It would definitely be by going and running this market down just for a half a second and then run it up to the upside. The reason being is because I posted in the Discord, I almost just forgot about it, but if anybody can go and look at the strike prices of the SPY on the call side, it's not there any longer, but I posted in the Discord that some of these were getting hundreds of thousands of options being dumped into them at close yesterday, just volume, up to like 390, 392 strikes. And if I wouldn't have believed it unless I went and actually saw it and put it in the Discord. But now that I look at those, there is, on the SPY alone for today, you have 130,000 options that were bought at 390. You have 100,000 at 386. You have 300,000 roughly at 385. So not only that, but let's see what this news piece is. Republicans can gain but fall short of a wave. So what's going to happen is that we're going to go and have fear, oh my, and then maybe Dr. Oz gets voted back in because homie was suing and they did do a recount. That would be fire. Absolute ridiculous. Like, okay, here's my thing, is I don't have anything, any problem. I want to have this clear. I have no problem with somebody that is of special needs or on the spectrum of any kind, or have any type of abnormal personality disorder. When you have a stroke and a part of your brain goes, I don't think that you should be making decisions on anything other than like, hey, go enjoy your life. Like, go enjoy yourself. Go, hey, where do you want to go to dinner? That's what you should be deciding, not coming out of the borough, even as a Pittsburgh boy. Like, come on, G.
Yeah, it's tough. Well, the tough thing is, it should have they should have at least waited and seen if obviously the effects are still lingering. It's heartbreaking. Strokes are serious things. And
Absolutely.
It's not about that.
It's about the fact that you go through a traumatic situation.
Yeah.
Don't go back to politics and go play soap opera. This isn't Jerry Springer.
Yeah.
And I think
the bigger picture of it though is we had a TV doctor and a stroke victim as the two best candidates. So that's the bigger issue. Is like, it's not clown world, dude. We live in clown world.
I genuinely think at this point we might be stuck in CERN somewhere.
We could be, but like I said, I'm happy with the way things went, for the simple fact of I didn't see any violence. I didn't see any cities burning down last night. So let's look at the positive side of it. It's
absolutely, we got a minute.
But I like it. I like your realization, Enzo, and we talked for hours last night. I like.
I'm still pissed about my tax dollars, man. I'm gotta be honest.
Well, but you know what? That's what you need to. I feel like young people, and I was guilty of it myself, at that don't engage in politics. It's a taboo subject nowadays, and it's not
gonna be anymore. I promise you that.
That's good. I would love to see young people getting involved and.
Oh, I don't want to get involved in politics. I want to just yell. I just want to yell. Constant nonsense.
That doesn't help anything. That doesn't help.
Well, no,
I'm going to send you
paid for it. I'm doing what my government does. They
5 seconds, guys. 5 seconds. Keep an eye on your own charts. You get that slight YouTube delay. And we are off.
I have 375% options on AMC. And it went down. And I have calls. It just went down 20 cents, and I just went green.
Interesting.
What you talking about, Willis?
Oh, I'm going to. Trust me, I'm gonna overload this boy. I'm gonna send you. You know what? No, because I know what will speak to you. I'm gonna send you a few Killer Mike interviews today.
I heard a bunch of the Killer Mike stuff.
Yeah, but you'll look at it a little bit differently now, because you see what's going on, and you'll see what a unifying dude that is. And some of those questions that you asked me last night were, I'll use the word ignorant in the sense of just you not knowing, but so innocent at the same time. It was kind of refreshing to hear from somebody who really has no side, no whatever.
Yeah. And I don't take offense if you were to just say, like, you have no clue what the hell's going on.
No, but that's okay. That's okay. And I envy that partially. But you said some things that were like, I don't understand when this party wins. Why do the people have to hate the other side instead of just working with them? And it was such an innocent statement, but just, it's so true. It's.
Well, my confusion is, like, I don't understand. If you want anything to happen, bitching back and forth isn't going to help that.
But that's the easy way. That's the easy thing to do. What do people do now when they just look at anything? When people have a complaint, if my car breaks down, and I'm just one of the average people, not myself. Instead of going out and fixing it, the first thing I'm going to do is go on social media to cry about it. You know what I mean? That's how people are. It's a lot easier to just gripe about stuff, and that's when hatred, wins. Because when you look at things through a hateful lens, you hate the people who support somebody that you don't. You hate them enough that every decision you make can be blurred. And that's where they've got us. That's where they've got us to. I don't know what the answer is. I don't think either party is the answer. I think either way it'll be more the same, whatever. And just gotta roll with the punches, man. Roll with the punches. See, you gotta find a good balance, though, Enzo. That's the thing. You can't let shit like this consume you. You can't let it get to the point where, you know what I mean, you're just in distress because you've seen this stuff. We know it goes on. We're aware of it. We prepare for it, and then we put it out of mind. You know, these elections will be over. We don't have to think much about politics for a while. I mean, we have to, like I said, I only look at things politically now as how they affect the market. How are they going to affect our pocketbooks? You know, when I say our, I mean all of us. And the divisive crap, that's not for me. That's not for me. Whoever you voted for, that's your decision. I mean, if you're a jerk, you're a jerk. If you're a jerk who voted for Trump, you're still a jerk. If you're a jerk who voted for Biden, you're still a jerk. And if you're a good person that voted for Biden, you're still a good person. You're a good person that voted for Trump, you're still a good person. People look at it like that. Let's move forward. That's why I kind of wish Trump would just step back. You know, whether you love him, hate him, whatever. I think the best thing for the country is not more division. I don't think he's going to be able to unify the country. So step aside. If you really love the country that much, and if you really want the country to be a great place, stop making it all about Donald Trump. Your ego, I get it. You're a big man. You were in Home Alone 2. Cool. They referenced you in Growing Pains once. Awesome. You're in a whole lot of rap songs from the 90s. Fantastic. You had a crappy television show in the early 2000s. Phenomenal. Let's just leave it at that. Back aside and let some people that aren't the voice of AARP to start running this country. You know, I'm not an ageist. I love old people. My mother's old. I love her. I love her more than anything in this world except for my son. I love them equally. But come on, man. Enough's enough. Yeah, yes, absolutely, Birdie, absolutely. You're 100% right, and it's going to come a day, Birdie. There's going to come a day where the people unify behind a common cause, and the powers that be, whoever you deem that, whoever you think are the ones that are in charge, they're scared shitless of what they know that we unified could do together. You know, you look at what we do over trivial stuff. You look at the strength in numbers over stuff that's social issues. You know, what if everybody in any one of those, you get about half of the country to support. Okay, you got half the country's Republicans, half Democrats. Whatever the issue is, you get about half of them to actually make their voices heard. Can you imagine if just half of each party came together? They wouldn't know what to do. And we've seen that. We've seen that anytime there's pushback. You know, if my house gets robbed today, no one's going to give a damn. They're going to come and take a police report and move on. The minute that somebody in power has even the smallest threat of anything, you know, it's the end of the world. It's we're the assholes, you know, in whatever side it is. If a Republican gets attacked, it's not that violence is the problem. It's like, hey, well, let's look. We've put people's backs against the wall. We've allowed them. We've created a state where, you know, bail reform was presented one way and enacted a completely different way. You know, bail reform was supposed to, you know, lower the gap of what people could get away with who have money. And I agree with a lot of the bail reform. But letting violent criminals out with not even a slap on the wrist, how many people have to be out and go murder somebody or go rape somebody before we say maybe we should take a look at this? No, instead, my stupid state votes in people like Hochul, and we're gonna get what we, you know. It sucks. I'm not complaining because we take the good and the bad with New York City, but this is another example of everybody in the state outside of New York City voting one way, New York City voting another way, and us just having to deal with it. So
We're going up.
Going up? Okay. Where are we at right now? S&P down 0.88%, Dow Jones down 0.83%, NASDAQ down 1.1%. Oh, damn, Caesar. Yeah, be careful with that. Be careful with that, buddy.
Tesla's green. Tesla just ripped back green for me. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Touch it.
Do you think we hold this, like you said, Tesla moving up while the rest of the market moves down?
Oh, yeah, bud.
Only other thing, and Meta cooking. So that's the new thing. If you're a CEO of a company right now, you might want to go with layoffs. There was 2 months where bankruptcy was the cool thing. Bankruptcy would send your stock to the moon. Now it's firing people or laying them off. I'm sorry.
Tesla's going over the 200. Keep going. Go, baby.
They'll tell you it never happened, Tennis. They'll tell you don't believe your eyes. It never happened. That's what they'll tell you, and that's the way that the history books will be written. Unfortunately. It's like Norm Macdonald once said, R.I.P. Norm, love you. He said one time, yeah, you know, how lucky is it that all the history books were, you know, luckily all the writers happen to also be the winners. So, it is what it is. Oh, you feel better now at the office listening? Okay. Well, still be careful. I was watching Jason Day in a golf tournament a few years back, Caesar, and he had it earlier in the week, and then it came back to him on the course, and it gave him some trouble.
Tesla broke up on my chart.
Well, let's take a look at that chart. There you go. You got it up there.
I'm looking at this here. We broke down to the downside, but I didn't really believe it. I'm looking. There we go. We broke. We're good.
Jordan Peterson, what do you mean? What used to be? I sometimes forget what I say right after I say it, so I apologize. Grant asking, anyone else having problems logging into international brokers? I don't use that, Grant. And good morning, buddy. I know Birdie Hunter does, and I think non-refundable set up an account. I'm not sure if he's trading on it yet. H2O Bubbles, what's up, H2O? Birdie saying they gave him trouble today too. Okay.
Tesla just ripped up from down 2 to up 1. Yeah. So pay attention, because I'm nuts right now. Like, I don't know why anybody in their right mind would ever go and do what I just did.
Okay.
Live. Like, to go and say that the SPY and Tesla are gonna diverge from each other is suicide socially. If anybody gets a hold of that with any type of like respect for themselves, they would go, this kid is doing drugs. Because I don't think I've seen Tesla diverge from the SPY in a year. Unless it's just one random occurrence. But this is for 2 days now. 197 on Tesla, moving, going, saying bye-bye later.
Yeah, Tesla's flying.
I'm up 43%.
Meta's still flying too. Meta up 6.5%.
Tesla's moving too, because it does not care. It's not even caring about this resistance right here at 195.68. It's right through that. It doesn't even care. We're looking at 196 for probably the move. I'm going to get out of half of this position.
Those
are big.
I would say Tesla. I would say the news of Elon selling, what was it, $4 billion in Tesla. I think that's got to be probably a relief. I think people were probably waiting to see if he had to sell more. Whether it was to acquire Twitter, which I don't think it was. I think he sold right after it closed. But with what he put out with Twitter losing $1 million or more dollars a day, it makes sense that he would sell some to keep it afloat if he wants to if he's serious about making the changes that he wants to make at Twitter. It's going to take money to keep it afloat. So I think people expected some kind of news that he had sold or waiting for something like that. So it may have been a relief for some Tesla investors to kind of have his sell out of the way now. I don't know what else would be pushing it up. Okay, non-refundable got into IBKR without an issue just now. Awesome, appreciate you letting us know that, brother. And Mac continuing to be that big gainer up there, 1172. Merrimack Pharmaceuticals. What's next up there? Kala Pharmaceuticals, KALA. Looks like they had good earnings yesterday. Okay, this has to be a misprint. I'm not even going to say this because this has to be a misprint that's being reported by 1, 2, 3. I mean, unless there's a way that well, I guess it is. I don't know. It's a $7.35 stock that it says that reported an earnings per share of $19.25 on revenue of $420,000. Yeah, I would stay out of that. Yeah, I still got the one non. It expires today. Let me see. I got out of the one that I had bought Friday and then bought another one. So I'm not in that same one. I sold the one from Friday, I think, for $2 gain. Oh, yes. Sorry about that, Tennis. I don't know why it keeps kicking that setting up every time that I restart. So thank you for letting me know, brother. So big debt payment soon for Twitter. And that could be a big part of it. Could definitely be a big part of it.
Tesla's at 195. Just making it look good too.
And both Googles just went green. United Health just went green. Berkshire coming back. Nvidia slipping. Nvidia down 3%. Amazon down a little bit over 1%. Microsoft down 1/3%. Apple continuing to fall. 137.94 now on Apple. And how's Disney holding up? Disney down 10.5%, under the $90 mark now on Disney, 89.44. Brina. All right,
I
so
am looking to get long in Tesla again right here. I'm going for next week.
So Tesla dipping a little bit, 193.71 on Tesla now.
I'm looking for the bounce on AMC off VWAP right here at the 530. I'm getting a pretty decent buy off of the SPY. NVIDIA, I'm looking. I just filled on Tesla right here on the 200 line. Almost perfectly. AMD's breaking up to cover itself a little bit.
Diane B, what's up, Diane? Great to see you. The market's now let's see, the Dow and the S&P both down 0.7%, the NASDAQ down 0.9%. Amazon now down 2%. Nvidia continuing to fall, down 3.25%. Apple down 1.25%. So on the Nasdaq, Costco, Tesla falling a bit here, and Meta keeping that up.
Watch for Tilray to break here.
Oh, how did those votes go? I didn't see that. I forgot all about the
2 states legalized.
2 out of the 5.
Yeah, I think.
So Tilray up at 389, 2.5% gains on Tilray. Disney just continuing. Disney down 11.5% now. Ape down 10.5%. DWAC down 18%. Ay, ay, ay. That NCMI too down 8.5%. Under the 50.
MSOS.
MSOS.
Yeah.
Oh man, where's my boy Hyde? I know he messaged me last night. He said he had to take care of a few things for a few days, but boy, oh boy, he's loving that Axon. Up 14%, 170.92. Good stuff. What's that? The cannabis ETF, MSOS? Up 5% just about. Stone get money. DWAC is getting hammered off. Down 18.5%. Not quite sure if it's, if it's a pullback. I think some of that would be a natural pullback, but I think there's probably some uncertainty out there on with last night's results, even though it doesn't look like the Republicans lost, maybe not as strong as some thought. And I think you got to let the smoke settle and see what the sentiment's going to be, because I think a lot of the fear is that Republicans will blame Trump for the not as good of a night as they expected. And I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just telling you what mainstream media is running with right now. And I think that's definitely playing into this dip. Now, if he still announces on Tuesday, I guess there's a chance it pumps back up. but I think we really got to look and see what the social sentiment is kind of towards him once we get the elections or the all the results in and things like that. Even though that might not be for a month, but at least the ones that we know will be decided without any runoffs or anything. There you go. Brina still up 300% on MViz. You got something there, girl. Mac back over that $12 mark, now up 201% at 12.05. Tilray continuing to push up 4.5% now on Tilray. Trying to cross that $4 mark. So I was a little bit wrong this morning when we were talking, Enzo. Binance didn't buy FTX as of yet, but they bailed them out, and I'm not sure where that's going. I'm not exactly sure what the time frame is on it, and crazy that the company, I think they said 2 months ago it was valued at 56 billion or something, and then had to get bailed out. Roll it up, light it up, smoke it up, inhale, exhale. Little boy tennis. The Dow and the S&P still flat, down 0.75%. The Nasdaq now down over 1%. What could help that is hitting that like button if you haven't done so. You want to see AMC get a little movement to the upside. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and maybe it can make it happen.
I've heard that does it.
AMC down 6.3%. Ape now down 11.25%. I've got to ask the question.
This might get rejected.
Is maybe not the end, but is this were people not satisfied with the earnings call? Were people it seems like sentiment isn't good right now. Were people upset at the shares that he put out? I would love to know how you guys are feeling about it. I thought it was a pretty good earnings call. We've learned that Adam Aaron is a showman. I think we've learned that a lot of the stuff that he does is or says or does, it's kind of to appease us, and maybe not, not that he's lying by any means. That's not what I mean, but maybe just hype and stuff. But I thought it was a good line of communication. I thought it was a lot more than we've gotten out of any GameStop earnings calls, things like that. Whether it's enough, I don't know. He seemed pretty well prepared, came out with checklists, ran down a bunch of different stuff. The talk about, and granted it was just a question, but the asking about a reverse split on Ape, to me, is kind of concerning, because it doesn't seem like that would even be a consideration unless there's the thought that Ape's going to fall to under $1 for a sustained amount of time. I think it was corn, Randy. I think it was corn. Potentially on the cob, maybe off the cob. If it was off the cob, it wasn't out of a can. It was shucked right off of the cob. That definitely wasn't canned corn or cream corn. But I would go with corn. But I thought it was good. I mean, I didn't think it was horrendous. I didn't think the numbers were horrendous. I definitely didn't expect this kind of reaction to it, I guess I would say. What are you feeling on it, Enzo?
I don't know, but Zoom is leaving orbit and coming back to planet Earth. Roger. Houston, are we gonna catch that?
Well, I guess that
Hey,
doesn't bode well for AMC.
I don't think so. That was expensive piece, maybe.
Yeah, I know, Tennis. You told us, and I replied with, "I'm in it to win it like Iserman. I drink about 15 Heinekens." Yeah,
No
I'm
free
still
brand deals.
no, I'm still holding it, and yeah, there's some regret there. It's still holding out some kind of hope, and we've said this the whole time. In order for anything to happen with synthetics and anything like that, an outside agency has to step in, and nothing shows me that that's going to happen. I'm sorry. I wish it would. It would help my portfolio. I'm in it just like you guys. We got duped. That's kind of what I think. But it happens. It happens. OG Roger. Roger who? Roger?
Roger Ryder.
Roger Ryder?
Yep. Please don't. If you fall for that, I'm going to do it. Go ahead, AMC. Go and hold for Daddy for the one time. Let's do it for State. I gotta hold the 9-3 again, dude. I'm going full share right now.
Oh, you're trying to turn back time?
Oh god.
If I could turn back time.
Yeah, I'm about to turn back something.
Market falling a little further now. NASDAQ down 1.15% now. S&P down 0.88. And the Dow down 0.83. Strength and exactly what? I'd like to see this strength.
The way that
some of that strength.
I'm seeing potential. Let's call it that. I'm seeing strength right there on the SPY. AMC still hasn't broke low of its wick right here, but I would like to go and talk about what? Here, let me get my other chart up. This this looks like a bounce and a this looks like a bounce.
Dead cat bounce?
Maybe. But I see at least moving. If it gets rejected off at 381 again. Hood's doing something.
Wholesale inventories down up against expectations. Those numbers just came out, which I would think would be a good reflection on consumer spending, consumer confidence.
Which is green sentiment.
Yeah. Some would call it bullish. I call it bullshit because I'm a consumer and I got zero confidence in this economy. So
I'm consuming for sure.
Well, yeah, I'm confident I'm gonna consume. That's about it, because you have to. But other than that, right. I don't have much confidence. Lobo, that sounds like something Junk Savvy would know the answer to. When NASA says Roger, they had to get it from somewhere. Yeah. I'm assuming it's Roger Podactor, but I'm not, I can't be quoted on that.
25% on Tesla just now.
When does Tesla go back to the upside?
Whenever I let it off the leash.
Do we come back down to this 187, 188 level?
I'm sorry?
Do we come back down to like this 188 level before we see it bounce, or did we just see it bounce at 189.75?
I would assume that's a bounce to me. I would make sure you break north 192 and go through that 193.5.
You want to do Stone Get Money a solid and have a look at DWAC? You can probably give it a better technical look on
girl, I got you, baby. Got me turned up, Terry. I got my glass cutters on and everything for you. I'm buying DWAC. I'm buying DWAC in yeah. I'm buying DWAC. Unless
not financial advice.
No, I'm buying DWAC.
Again, not financial advice.
No.
Okay, when I say not yeah, okay. If you say no, though, then it means like it sounds like you're disagreeing with me and saying, yeah, no. This is financial advice. So
agreed.
This not financial advice.
It is not financial advice. I am looking for that bounce on 121, or excuse me, 2121 or 2131, I think is what it was. Yeah, 2131. I would be soft. Microsoft is coming 228. This is rejection. But if this gets killed here, this is my only question. So right here, if this holds this green, excuse me, drew the entire thing away from my, there we go. If this goes and breaks up to this trend right here, I would assume. What?
What are you looking at there?
This is DWAC.
Okay. No, keep talking. I couldn't see that.
2245 still left the gap up. Used that. You got immediately rejected. That made a lot of fear come out. You sold. You get down to your 200. I want to hold this gap right here. I want to hold 2268, but I don't want this to be a red candle. I'll take two. Oh Jesus. If that holds that right there and does not want to go to the downside, it might just be filling that. But you're more than likely, if it hasn't gone and filled the 2243 at any time in history, I'm taking that long, and I would stop. I would use a stop of, let's call it 21 or 2236, but I don't see this going and being. This is going to be weird, because if they wanted to bring it down to 2225, they can use over here as support. DWAC is more than likely going to go north off the 220 or the 2260 area. I would assume you might have to give it 20 or 30 cents. But if it does not go and recapture relatively quickly, we're gonna go 18, at least 20, sub 18 probably. Oh yeah. We could easily end up sub 18. That could be in the next 2 weeks. That could also be in the next day and a half. We could be at either of those two levels.
Yeah, that makes sense, Tennis. So R is Roger's the military way to say R, and then R means received. So that's why they would say Roger. Roger, Roger. Market's coming back a little bit. The S&P down 0.47% now. The Dow down 0.46%. The Nasdaq down 0.75%.
Tesla ran really hard off the bottom right there, so the market didn't collapse. 35% on those Teslas. Out. I have about 4 other different Teslas or Tesla calls, so I'm not worried about those 30 or 320 strikes for this week.
320? 230? You mean?
Yep. Mm-hmm. No. Yes, but no. 220.
220. Okay. Hey, we got you, Stone. Get money?
I didn't get anybody stoned.
No.
Oh.
One me.
Oh, is that really good-looking kid that was here yesterday?
Mm.
Very, very cute. Very handsome.
It's ongoing, Hills. Looks like the country's headed for gridlock. Looked like I'm not sure if there's been any updates in the Senate race, but it looks like the Republicans will take the House. So either way, probably some gridlock. But the good thing, Hills, it was, from what I seen anyways, everything was peaceful. There wasn't any kind of BS going on. So I like that part. I'm excited about that. And maybe, I'm sure I haven't got into it because I've been watching the financial stuff this morning, not so much the election stuff. But hopefully this election can at least maybe restore some people's faith in the election process. I don't know if it will. I'm hopeful that it will. My voting process was smooth as a baby's bottom. Not gonna lie, it was in and out. Very nice people. Everything seemed to go good.
Let's go.
My person didn't win, Hills, but at the same time, I'm a little bit salty about it, but there's nothing I could do about it. I made my voice heard. I did what I could do.
Yo, so if the spy wants to go here, spy's going.
I think that's selective hearing, Randy. Selective hearing.
About what?
He said, did someone call? I heard good looking again.
Yeah.
Meta up almost 8% now, continuing to rip, and that was on the news. What was it, 11,000 or 13,000? 13,000 layoffs? Maybe
Tesla bombs.
191, 72, 82 on Tesla.
Tesla bounce. VWAP. From the top, make it drop. Bend it over and take it. Go, Tesla, just take off. You got it. You hit the weights. You gotta go. You get on your John Deere now. Don't do it. No, you hold right there. That'll do you. I feel like I could be the Russian guy.
I don't think you want to be that right now.
Maybe.
I don't think you're even allowed to be on YouTube if you're Russian.
No, that's true.
You weren't allowed to play in certain stuff, and they sent him home.
You know what's crazy?
What's that? That Streamlabs is on the fritz again. Popping out four times now. I'm not laughing. I'm only laughing because you're gonna have to fight it again.
Bro, you're gonna die, clown.
Just did you literally change anything from yesterday that would have warranted the change? I didn't think so.
I haven't touched it. I've been working on legal agreements and stuff all night. I have not touched that stream bot. I didn't even close it. I didn't even close it. Not one time did I even touch that. I didn't even touch that monitor. Like,
oh, that's great. Low-key, enjoy that God of War. Yes, give us a, we want a full review. I don't have a PlayStation, and that's one of the few games that has almost lured me to the dark side over the years, is the God of War series. Absolutely amazing. That's the look he was going for. I'm not sure if that's Mars or a blood moon behind him. Or a blood Mars, it could be. I'm not sure.
That's a blood moon. That's a blood moon yesterday. Go ahead, Spy, do it for me.
Oh, look at this guy. Highly invested. What's up, brother? What's up, my man?
Is that Doobie?
Yes.
Uh-oh. I just got sighted.
We're going to go green. Dow and S&P only down 0.3%. NASDAQ down about 0.5%. Things are looking good. Oh, nice. Nice, low-key. I got to imagine. You know, those are the type of games that I like. They take their time. They don't just push out crap, you know, every year. Awesome. Enjoy it. What's up? Just Do? Good to see you, my man. Good to see you. Hope, obviously, everything is going fantastic. Hope work is going well. See that you are off to work. But, yeah, you definitely got to get with us in the Discord. Poker tonight in there. Just Do. So if you're back off work, we'll be getting it on in there. Enzo, you got to appreciate that comment.
Give me one moment because I am in a Tesla trade and
do your thing.
I'm
looking like a couple of snacks on my screen.
Right. Like, you remember those little Dibs cups you put in the little ice cream section? Yeah. Go look. Yeah. Nice and sweet on the outside. Just cold and white on the inside. I identify as the cold and white. Okay. I just have a bland personality kind of thing. You see more of the color, I would assume, the colorful person of the stream.
So I'm basically John Madden, you're Pat Summerall.
I'd rather be the guy that does the Irish accent that does the PGA Tour.
Here's a guy who, when he runs, he goes faster.
Right, naturally.
Yeah, just do. Definitely check in, brother. Definitely check in. Awesome to see you, my man. Man, we got a D grade last night. We get a just do this morning. I
I'm
like it.
gonna
I like it.
I'm gonna add them both together. Call them do the D.
I'm gonna go do a let the dogs out real quick.
I'm touching expensive piece over here on the MC, bud.
Okay. Enzo, behave yourself while I'm gone. I'll be five
Sure.
minutes.
Okie
Guys,
dokie.
be right back.
They'll tell on me anyway. I would prefer. Yeah, that's 36%. I think I posted those in the correct place in Discord. I did not. I did, cool. There's 46% on Tesla so far. Let me look at this. Who's net? Oh, wow. Okay. That's a blast for the past. Arctic Fox, Alaska. Don't hold your breath. Oh, we got grandmas. Is that a grandma, low-key? Oh my, is that a grandma? Tell me that's a grandma. Oh, I thought that was a white, one of those white wig things. I would be so down. Oh yeah, if you go and do the slots, I don't know what's going on with the bot though. Honestly, that's a concerning, set of events. Okay, so it's not even showing. Go ahead, Spy. Go north, baby. You're fine. Go get that 382. You're good. We'll talk about it later. I'll see you there. Oh, dib dot with shirt off, dude. I dib dot with the. I'm gonna start rhyming and get us in trouble, man. I got a couple, but I'm gonna end up getting us in trouble. Spy looking to break that 200 once again. We punctured it once already. Puncture it again right there. Looks like it's probably gonna go if it'll hold 380.70. Go ahead and go. You want it. You've earned it. Go ahead. I'm not gonna be mad at you. Tesla's trying to break its 200 at the exact same time. This is going to be nasty. Go ahead, Tesla. Which one of my charts is up? That's a good question. Oh, Mullen. Mac is gonna come back nasty. Like, that thing is gonna come flying backwards. Oh, goody. Tesla is in a descending wedge, just to let you know. If you guys want to look up that technical pattern, that's what I'm looking at currently. In my opinion, that's what I'm looking at. So, let me see if I can go while I have a moment and restart the bot. I don't know why. Market is green on the SPY. Go ahead and touch it. Oh, Loki, you only got one juice box. Gotta be wetter than that. See, now it's only doing it once, apparently. Okay. That's what I'm saying, right there. I haven't touched that thing not one time. And apparently it was giving me 5 more users all of a sudden. Doesn't make any type of sense. Haven't touched it, all I did was restart it. Isn't that pretty cool? I'm losing. K-A-L-L or K-A-L-A. Mara is going up apparently. So if I had any question prior to just knowing that excuse me, crypto might be going up, if crypto is moving to the north side, the market is going to go green, no question. I think they dropped it yesterday so hard on crypto while everything kind of just traded sideways because they needed crypto to come and almost scoop underneath of the market that they have tied to it to bring it back up to the top side. Unless, no, Tesla didn't get rejected there. That's not a problem. That's a huge candle that never engulfed, so we're good there. We're looking solid right here, and this is the technical pattern I'm looking at on Tesla. It's going to be the, if you take the first, on a 5-minute chart, you take the first red candle, and you take the bottom of the wick, I'm going to actually connect red to green wick here, that first, that next wick that is at 1455. And you have a trend line right there. Yes, it's a little off because normally you would go green and green, but lately it hasn't been unheard of that they do a switch, and typically when they do that, it goes and grabs VWAP, takes a little bit more, let's call it 190, 165. It'll take a weird wick and then hold and come back. I don't know why. Very confused about all that. But yeah, it looks like Tesla looks bullish to me. I'd prefer Meta not to do this right now. Now, see, here's where you get your fear. You watch, I think Meta is going south right now, which is going to go and get you that wick that I was just talking about. I still think you're good though. It's not only a space where we got touched, where we tapped earlier, 191.33, and reclaimed VWAP yesterday on Tesla, but it's also the same technical pattern. I'm taking Tesla long right here. I don't have a, I don't know where my box is yet, but I'm going right here, and we'll call it just that little yellow marker. But I'm looking at this to use as support. But here, let me show you the reason why this might work. It's this actual red wick at the top break right here. These two candles, connect them. That's gonna give you your just immediate trend in the last couple of minutes. Now, you can see that this indicator is already down here. You could get the double bottom at 190.15, or you can stay right here, stay on your trend line, and you're sitting there at support. Which would be easier? Break down to the downside to go and touch the 200, or just simply hold where you are? The reason I think that it would just be hold where you are, because VWAP's up here, your 200 is back up to the top side. I wonder where the RSI is. That's gonna be people freaking out right there, but that's a buy. That's a buy. That's a buy situation to me, and reclaims it. I want to see this actually hold here. Give me the weird wick right here, 190.90. Come on. Thank you. Now you're good. No, you're good right there. See that? We're crossing. Lucid's at 1150. Go ahead. Give it to me. Give me the weird one. Now get back up into that wet, or get back into pattern. On a 15 minute, it's probably not that. It's not. It's probably just underneath where it needs to be. Zillow did. Okay. EU antitrust enforcer are reading a fresh. That doesn't seem good. That does not seem like that's gonna do anything good for your business. That's probably what that. But what my question is, Bree, immediately is, who cares? Who cares if you're reading a fresh charge sheet? Couldn't care less about that charge sheet because they don't tell us what's on it. They could literally be going and looking at a charge sheet that has a stick figure drawing on it, for all we know. It could have a nice flip book, maybe a girl's number, but it doesn't always go. And I mean, I could easily see them waving, "Oh, Marky Zuck, baby, you just give us a couple more thousand servers or whatever they're gonna want from him," and he walks. I don't see that any different. You know, Streamlabs, look, buddy, I literally just went and knocked 5 of you guys out of here. And now it doesn't want to figure its life out. HKD and CVNA? I don't even know what that is. So what? Here, I feel like there's something going on to where I'm being lulled to sleep. I feel like I'm literally being, Carvana. HKD. HKD is still a AMPD. Oh yeah, I remember this. This is that boof pack that ran like something stupid. What, a couple $1,000? Something like that? No, I did not. No, I would have just straight up. I would have gone Rodney Dangerfield with it. I would have gone somebody stood on a duck. Oh no, but it looks good on you though. Coinbase is gone. Oh yeah, that's downside. Nah, this is coming down. Teladoc, huge volume spike, Bree. Not Bree, Hills. FTX is scrapping that deal with Binance, so everything's coming down crypto-wise. And a bunch of markets just took a bunch of green pings. I wouldn't be long unless it's, or I'm sorry, I wouldn't be long if this doesn't go and figure itself out pretty quickly. Yeah, that's the one that went from 4. Yeah, that, just you saying that just doesn't even make any sense to me. Huge amount of volume to the downside yesterday. Meta's just absolutely about to get trashed. It is. It's about to get just absolutely sent. Look at those spies. What if it goes and double bottoms right here? I grabbed coin to lower my average on that one. Yeah, you're probably gonna be able to get it a lot lower. I don't think I've ever run technicals on coin. I don't think I've ever traded it. I can tell you immediately, like, this is actually, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna ask what you did to the market while I was gone.
Well, I've taken a couple things really short, but I don't think I had anything to do with it.
Okay. A little bit of a sell-off. Everything down. Nasdaq down 1.17%. S&P down 0.86%. Dow Jones down 0.81%. Let's go. Meta still up, huh? 7%. 103.20.
Yo, I'm just letting you know if Coinbase decides that it's going to break low of $50 or $45, that thing is going to. That thing's coming down. If it does not go and catch itself, that thing is going to hurl down to at least 143, 140, 130, and on. I'm looking at the options. I don't understand why.
Hey, I'm gonna listen to this. The FTX CEO's on CNBC. I'm gonna listen to what he has to say real quick.
Tell him his company's got a problem.
I messaged him that earlier.
Okay, cool. I just want, yeah, we're kind of a big deal over here. I just wanted to let that wouldn't have happened. Coin actually did get some reaction off of that, but it's not anything substantial. I'm thinking that the 43 area on coin might end up happening. What did they do to Tesla? Tesla, just rip some faces off, please, real quick. Like they haven't learned their lesson. AMC might be in some trouble. I think we're good. AMC, don't do it. It's a double bottom. Wait, hold on a minute. We're about to go. Is that a triple? Is that a triple bottom on the SPY? And it's holding here. This is just like, this isn't just a coincidence in my head. Yeah, that's not just a coincidence. 378.04, even though it broke down to 200, I still think it wants to hold that. Coin is at $44.60, everybody. Grab your partner, swing her around, pick her up, and put her down. Drop it. Just drop it. What's the highest you can gamble? Your life. Oh, you're saying in the chat? I mean, I think it's 69. My life is very interesting, Germ Corp, to say the least. You know what's even more interesting though? It's gonna give us 380 or 373 in it. Don't just hold. Don't be a douche.
All right, not a whole lot out of that CEO. Just still everything up in the air there of where this is going.
He's not a good time.
No. I mean, they're. This is a tough situation for me to understand because you have all these investors, including them. You know what I mean? Including Coinbase, including BlackRock, but Binance is that, you know, I guess they're portraying themselves as the hero here, and that they're only concerned about the customers.
Crypto.
Well, what they're saying is they want to ensure that there's enough liquid there if people are gonna, you know, I from what I'm getting, they're not saying it, but I'm assuming that they're trying to prevent a Voyager type situation where accounts get frozen and things like that, because it seems like the company's going to be liquidated one way or another. I don't know. Well, I think with crypto, you know, you get these inventors of crypto or of certain tokens or whatever you want to call them, and I don't, you know, whether when they got into it they understood the certain current, like it just seems like the blending of the crypto market with the stock market with the leverage that's used on the stock market has put these people in over their heads. And I mean, when some little Chinaman or whatever that guy can dupe people out of billions of dollars, and then people go back and buy the coin again, like, can't fix stupid. So I don't know.
You can fix pretty.
I mean, I stick to the same thing I've always said about crypto. I believe in Bitcoin. I don't think that's going anywhere. Anything after that, I think, is questionable.
Poppycock dollar.
Yeah, but there's also other stuff. So you got like the Ontario Pension Fund was a big investor, and yeah, seriously, in FTX. Way. Yeah. So I agree with you, Germ Corp. Definitely. It's I get the feeling though, Germ Corp, where it's like when hedge funds lose money, they're the last to lose money. You know what I mean? It's not so much their personal holdings that are losing money. It's investors. It's people. You know, it's retirement funds, pension funds, things like that. Yeah, I agree. That's kind of the point I was making, Tennis. Thank you for putting it in a more elegant way. System engineers should never be CEO. Yeah.
Lucid 12 strikes right now are insanely cheap. For 2 days out, and you need 75 cents with your break even. UVXY is also popping up over the $10 area. That's concerning.
Oh, that guy's no longer a billionaire. That's a shame.
It's lucky he's not at his parents' house.
Oh, he is. It's just that his parents have a nicer house now.
Please tell me you're joking.
Yeah, guys like that don't leave their parents' basement, dude. Even if it's an upgraded basement. Have you ever seen the FTX guy? How much did Tom Brady lose in this deal is what I want to know. Or is he already paid? He cashed out a while ago, I'd imagine. But he's I mean, at least from what I've seen, he's been pretty much the face of FTX.
I just filled on Lucid 12s for 17. Not financial advice, just kind of pointing out what I'm doing. They're $17 a piece. I'm really not that worried about it. I am playing quite a few of them, yes. Oh no. Oh no, Lucid, don't do that. Give me $12 and I'll leave you alone.
Tesla back under that 190 mark, 189.10. Haven't heard much out of China today. Obviously, all the talk on media over here was around our elections, so no real news out of there as far as production goes, things like that. Bitcoin gonna go under 17?
Oh yeah. No, I don't know, not today.
Well, and what happened? So if it, say hypothetically Bitcoin dips down into the under 14 region, do people become super bullish and say, wow, we called this? I mean, because that number has been floated around the $10,000 to $14,000 range as far as being the bottom. Do you think when it comes to crypto that people just ignore the outside noise and focus on what I consider not correct technicals?
Not anymore. No, what this did today absolutely shattered a lot of people's look on cryptocurrency who might have just been getting in for the first time.
Okay, I can see that.
Think about this. If you're somebody that doesn't sit here and do what we do right here every day, do you really know about Voyager going down?
I only know.
Do you really know about?
I wouldn't know about it if people in here weren't directly afflicted by it. It wasn't covered a lot.
Unless you're going and actually trading every day and knew about the Coinbase hack and then Binance having a problem and then Luna and all of these things, it's just one domino after another just to lead you back to, hey, just to let you guys know, we've been telling you gold and silver standard on crypto will even accept a blue. There's like a 10 cryptos that I would even give a chance in my thought process to, if I didn't have the money to just go and throw it into crypto. But I don't think that anybody should be buying crypto as a profit to have it today and make a profit tomorrow. Maybe it does make a profit tomorrow, but you see what I'm saying. It's not on a short term. I'm gonna need 20-30% moves in one day for anybody to start thinking about any type of reversal, and I wouldn't want to even go and start to ask where, or like, did it reverse if we're not over 22.5 on Bitcoin.
Okay, I think Birdie makes a great point there, just to lead you to the only trust the government's crypto. As tinfoil hatty as that sounds, I think you're.
It's not tinfoil hatty. They move a zero.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I've been out of the loop for weeks. Miss Diane.
Let's get you back in the loop, Diane.
Right. It feels like you were here, definitely in spirit. So, just hop back in with both feet, dude. I party hardy with both hands, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. So I know you've had a lot going on, Diane, and I know you've been kind of waiting to get everything. Like I said, I like to use that smoke settles or the dust settles. But I know you had a lot of big things happening with Tom starting his new venture, your son getting the house situation all set up. So hopefully it's been nothing but smooth sailing, and you could be back in action.
So if Tesla decides to go back up to the upside, that's going to be the third separate touch. I would be very, very careful if you are short Tesla. Yes, I see where Lucid is. Yes, I see where the S&P is. I would be very, very careful something does not feel right. Everything in my body wants to tell me to go puts right now. But
my mind's telling me no, but my body's telling me yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't see nothing wrong with getting shut down on YouTube for repeating the Diddler's lyrics.
Oh. Holy shit.
Remix.
No, that's awful.
All right, guys, that's rumble.com coming soon.
Yeah. No, we're going to have them sponsoring our shit at some point. I think Grumpy Old Man has a couple connections, I believe, maybe Birdie.
Yes. No, we need to get over there just to protect ourselves and
so
a lot more freedom.
I don't see now. I'm just kind of a instigator here. What happens if you become? Because I'm assuming that the joke is Rumble is like a red leaning application.
Yeah, that's kind of the. I think that's misappropriated. But yeah, that's
Hold on a minute. No, actually, I've been waiting for that one. Right here, if you can get the bottom at 378, 13 tennis, and you can get a little wick down right here to 377. I would really, really prefer that 377.73 candle right here. Give me the triple bottom and just close north. I would like at least 380. I would play for the, I mean, if you're looking at 200, you're looking, I would probably actually go, I mean, you're usually on the ball.
What are you guys talking about? Calls?
He wants puts. No, he's looking at puts.
Oh, okay. I got you. I misread
if I were to do anything, I'm looking at the 380 as a rejection on the way back up. If it does get rejected from that, the only problem is I don't see enough on the 2 days, but I do see that if this goes down to 377, that's going to be the last strike price that has 100,000 options today. They just covered 200,000 in the money. The break even or the max pain of today on the SPY is supposed to be 378. I would wait until you get the confirm, because right now we're going through a pre-market candle, which I kind of give a little bit of worth to, but I would be very impressed with the amount of velocity that candle just took if this actually goes down. I would wait until you get to the top, see how that reclaimed that double bottom. But it actually got rejected and turned back to the top. I'm sorry, it bounced and was able to cover back through that candle. I would really like to see this go back to the top side if you're gonna play it. I mean, if you're able to watch it, go play a daily, weekly, something like that. Grab something, anything south of 380, 120, you could probably get away with. But if you're getting it now, you're more than likely going to get it at a cheaper price. You want this to hold that 200? 200 EMA on the SPY is actually looking like it's trying to come scoop like I was talking about. That's why Tesla, it seemed like Tesla ran to the north side. No, Tesla puts would, like I was just saying, that would be concerning.
So what do you like in SPY puts, right? Is what you're talking about?
I have SPY calls that I basically bought to leverage and not have to be in a really bad spot if everything decides to go down right here. But I am dead serious. This looks like it's about to go upside. I don't see a narrative. I'm looking at the worst things could possibly get right now. What's up, Bullfrog?
What's up, Bullfrog? Crypto got a question. Wouldn't you say retail? When you say max pain, who is going to experience the pain at that level?
Oh yeah, it's called grab your ankles and take a deep breath there, Crypto, because yes, you're exactly right. It's going to be the people, the regular guys trading, you, me, MIA, tennis is physical, junk savvy, like.
So the people that are writing the contracts are the most contracts are going to expire out of the money, so the most premiums will be collected without anything getting exercised.
Right, but that's why you don't take out of the money calls in a volatile spot where there's even a possibility of a rejection, and that can burn you out of your theta. Right this very moment, though, this is looking like it's going to hold the 378.42. I'm telling you, that might have been a nasty bounce right there. But yes, 100% crypto. This is definitely coming on the backs, no pun intended, of the crypto investor, the retail investor, you mean the people that are long on the contracts? I mean, not the underwriter.
No, I mean the underwriters. So you have the max pain is the area where the most calls will expire worthless. So the most premiums will be collected. So the people that are long that still have in the money, it's not gonna matter. That's what the max pain is, so that you're not getting it tilted to one side or the other.
Well, when it does tilt, you see huge swings in volatility and stuff like that. Right now, that day trade that I was taking off of Lucid, I bought it like, I think it was 11.22 is what the price was, maybe. And those are even. They're up by 5%.
I think I'm explaining that right, Grant. Sorry if I'm making it confusing. I know what it is in my head.
I'm glad you like that, Hills.
I don't know if I'm spitting it out right.
Hey yo, these are look, you and Hills are just a little better than. You're listening. I appreciate that. You know, you're a little bit better than in my mind anyway right now. Oh, we got a Steggy, a cop car, and stream boxes. You know what? That juice box has been wet lately. Streamlabs. I'm gonna need you to tone that down a little bit. You're giving too many coins out. Shares, OTC shares.
Well, and that may have some impact, Sabrina. if he alludes to
Trump's live right now.
Yeah, if he alludes to possibly not entering, or maybe throwing his support to DeSantis or something.
Let's look at DWAC. DWAC, I'm telling you, DWAC is sitting there now using that VWAP like it's about to go for a ride if it breaks up. I'm not telling you this is financial advice. What I'm telling you is that a lot of people are short DWAC right now.
Well, and Trump could come out right now and he could question maybe the legitimacy of some of these, but he has the ability to stir people into a frenzy. You know what I mean? So
you're
see
probably
what
what realistically probably happens is they run this up to 2477 and then immediately reject it. I would not be surprised at all if this runs to 2477 exactly and gets rejected on the 5-minute candle. And the SPY is
Mr. Stogner, thank you for that. That's a pretty clear definition. Max pain is the price where the most contract holders will be hurt. For calls, you want to be below it. For puts, you want to be above it. Well said.
Absolutely.
Well said, Randy.
Absolutely. But what the overall question was the underwriter is basically getting that premium because essentially what's happening is you're writing a call, which is a bullish sentiment. If you have that bullish call, or excuse me, if you have that bullish sentiment, or excuse me, bearish sentiment, if you're writing calls, you're basically going to be gaining intrinsic value off the top, and which is the premium, and then you're basically, please don't do that, SPY. But you're getting intrinsic value off off that contract, because essentially what you're doing is running your option into the money. All you have to do is buy it back at a lower price than you sold it for.
True.
Randy, you're beautiful though. Coinbase did FTX
rolling the dice on some Coinbase.
Yeah, you're playing craps, love.
What do you see on the Coinbase chart, Enzo?
I see that she's dead on balls accurate with an entry. I don't know if that's going to be, I think that might be the rejection. Unless it decides to go, that's going to be the rejection.
I'm old beautiful though, Lobo. I'm like without the mustache, I'm like that dude. I'm like the rugged, beautiful. Enzo's got that fresh puppy.
Right. I was just about to say, it's like an old dog that you see that's like just batted a little puppy across the kitchen counter, or the kitchen floor or something.
We're like he's kind of like Patrick Swayze in Roadhouse, and I'm kind of like the older guy. Yeah.
No, I don't even.
Sam Elliott. I'm like Sam Elliott without the mustache.
DNA dip called out by tennis. 11-8.
You ever see Sleepless in Seattle? This guy didn't.
I'm Batman. I'm Batman. I'm also bad cop.
Bad cop.
Right. MIA, have you heard that the bird is the word?
I was under the impression that everybody had heard.
Okay, so on top of that, if the bird's the word, then you have to share the stream. No question.
Yes, like, share, subscribe, get the word out.
Well, right, but you got to do it to like your grandmother, your grandfather.
Like,
you gotta go to the mom, the
There's
dad.
two wild and crazy guys on the YouTube and they're talking silly. Let's go watch them.
somebody gets their grandma in here, I'm taking my shirt off. Like,
I don't have a grandma, so I can't help you
at
out
that
there.
point, look, bud. At that point, that's sales. You know, you got to just evaluate the majesticness. Please don't do that. I have the latest cut.
Oh, the designer bag collection. The Palantir with the gold chain handle and the Matterport latest design. I like it. I got a fun bag that can go beautifully with that, Hills.
Excuse me? Oh, wow. Are you talking fun?
Fun.
Like a big old bag of fun?
P-H-U-N.
Like a big old bag of fun.
Let's get our mind out of the gutters here, folks. Okay,
I'm talking about
we're in it to win it.
I'm talking about a bag of weed.
Everything is better with a bag of weed.
Right, that's exactly where I was going with that.
And that's why pot is bad.
Right. No, because I was segueing into the fact that Tilray, didn't we just talk about?
Well, it looks like what they're saying is that the Democrats are going to try to push, and I'm not sure exactly what kind of legislation, are going to try to push some weed legalization through before the first of the year. So we could see, I don't think we're going to get federal legalization. And I've told you why before. I think with the Republicans right now, with what the Supreme Court kind of showed us, it's not that I think that the Republicans will be against maybe decriminalizing it federally, open up the banks, get that Safe Banking Act done. But I think they'll, if what they've done in the Supreme Court dictates what they're going to do in the future, I think they'll put it back to the states. I don't think that they'll go for legally federalizing it. Now, removing it as a stage 1 clinger or whatever the hell it is, like taking it off the, you know what I mean, taking it off the, I forget, class 1 or whatever, that makes it like as bad as heroin. I can see that happen on a federal level. I can see maybe a decriminalization. And like I said, I would love to see the safe, I think it's called the Safe Banking Act. I would love to see that be pushed through.
You know, I have to say, on an hour chart of the SPY,
Hills Bells, well done on that Facebook profile picture yesterday too. I literally laughed out loud. So I'll just leave it there. Back to you, Enzo. What are we looking at? SPY's coming back.
Well, thanks, Jim. I'm gonna give you your, I don't know, 90-day breakdown. MIA. I got the John Gruden beauty.
Well, here's another thing then, Tarico. I guess I could look Chucky like, I guess.
Who's Chucky?
That's what they say Gruden looked like, the Chucky doll from Child's Play. It's probably another movie you've never seen, right?
Oh, I've definitely seen Chucky.
Yeah, and I think that's the way that they'll go, Nunya. Like, I don't think that it's I don't think that the Republicans are going to want to extend any of the rules. Like I said, I think that I could see them decriminalizing it federally, taking it off the, like I said, stage 1, whatever, reclassifying it.
It's a controlled substance.
Yeah. Reclassifying it and then letting the states handle it how they want.
It's sad that, like, people are addicted to, like, morphine and, like, really, really messed up drugs. And, like, I'm not talking about anything that I don't know about. I can't imagine why anybody, other than strictly
Schedule
revenue,
1. Thank you, Nunya.
Why anybody would go and ever put something like that into their body, knowing what it was about to do 10, 15 days later. And if you think that it's not, you can get addicted to opiates and stuff like that and prescription drugs right now faster than ever.
Oh yeah.
They're handing them out left and right down here, buddy.
Well, I mean, they have. I know they've tightened the grips on the opioids and things like that, and
Yeah, but
you know, you see the repercussions. We seen that settlement last week. Was it 12 billion throughout? What was it? Rite Aid, Walgreens, and Walmart. That doesn't bring back the countless lives. That doesn't bring back, and you know, we always talk about outside forces. We always, you know, we'll always talk about wars. We'll talk about different things like that, and it's like the opioid crisis is going to go down is one of the worst eras for American history, and it's never going to be able to be measured. You're never going to be able to tell the whole story of it. You're never going to be able to tell. You know, you think hundreds of millions of people were affected by that, and I don't mean hundreds of millions of people died, but I mean hundreds of millions of people that were in families that were ruined, that were in, you know, the damage is, and not that like drug addiction was that different before, but it was like, sure,
it wasn't made easier though.
well, it took something outside of the norm to get you to that smoking crack level. You know what I mean? It didn't take you getting an injury that you went to the doctor and they led you down this road. You know, so I'm not saying, I am by any means not saying that every drug addict before that was a junkie or anything like that. Not at all. There's a million reasons why people get to why they're at. But before, it wasn't doctors guiding them down. You know, doctors are handing them,
100%.
oh, you broke your leg? Well, here's a heroin addiction starter kit. That's what it was, you know? It wasn't, it was just normal people, man. It was, and
Spies breaking over VWAP on a 5-minute. No, I agree with you. I'm actually living proof that you can go both ways. In the opiate trend, like I got hurt, ran my motorcycle into an 18-wheeler, deciding having a good time, and had some back injuries and just got destroyed. I was given a couple medications. Hey, take 2 of these, da 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 da, and call this referral to a pain management doctor. That was the single worst decision I had ever made. And it wasn't one that I regret. It's one that I wish I never would have been able to go and put myself in that, because when I go and see the medication, I'm looking at it like it's a Z-Pack, or it's like it's my doctor. Like, it's a doctor that I have trusted from.
Right.
You know what I mean? And he's like, hey, here, bud. Hey, I'm thinking it's another, like, hey, you got strep throat. Go into the doctor, go to bed. Like, go take your medicine, go to bed, you'll be fine. Laid up in bed for a week, and I was just thinking, man, I'm sore. Like, I'm hurt. Like, after about a month, there is no differentiating broken bones and that type of pain healing to joint pain from withdrawal or something like that from those same medications that are trying to help it. So my question is, why the hell would you go and put something in your body that's going to prolong the feeling that you're going through right this moment and make it guaranteed worse? I look at it as, hey, if you can go and get something in a natural form, like codeine is even better than like codone, but like we were talking about it last night. Try to get like a Tylenol or an aspirin before you go and mess around with opiates, because it's one thing to need them, but
yeah, well, and that's a great point, because I think there are definitely situations that opioids are needed. You know what I mean? It's not something that we can just throw out the window.
Right.
But other options, including marijuana, like marijuana isn't. It's not the cure to cancer. It's not something that. But there is a lot of try this first. Maybe it has no effect, you know. Right. But at least have it available. I told you that was when I golfed with that FBI guy. The guy was almost in tears.
Right.
And this is a 6'5" dude that could snap me like a twig, and I'm trying to light joints around him, and being cool as a cucumber about it, and telling me a whole experience about his sister-in-law that couldn't get that treatment, couldn't get in whatever it was. I'm not a doctor. It was something with either epilepsy or something like whatever it was.
Yeah.
He knew more about it, and that's just a little piece. That's one person that I happened to randomly run into on a golf course who had an experience, who he lost a loved one because that treatment wasn't available.
Right.
And again, you can't hype weed and just say, "Oh, everything is good about it. Go out and smoke weed, kids." Like, no,
absolutely not.
It's just like anything else. If done in moderation, if done properly, all that good stuff. Is it for everybody? No. Is it a all-in-one drug for certain people? Do I ever need to take an antidepressant? Do I ever need to take anything else?
It's a means to an end. No, it's a means to an end. That's all it is. It's a defense mechanism. It's somebody not wanting to go and hypocrite oath to let your food be your medicine and let your yeah, right. But what I think is even more rich, and here's my thought on the whole thing going through it, is you're the first person to go and defend the 65% of all ads that are on television right now are a pharmaceutical drug company. The United States government is obviously worried more about their paychecks and their weapons budgets and their financing more so than they actually are about you. And that's simply proof that there's no way that anybody can disagree about that. They give you the ability and the access to go and for very, very low amounts of money, go and get something that's going to addict you or make you addicted to a substance that is not supposed to be in your body. And then if you were to go and use pot, then you're a drug addict that likes to be a hippie and get stoned and be lazy. I smoke all day, every day. I promise you, you don't work harder than I do, and I promise you don't stay awake and actually take care of business. But I'm also you know what I mean? I'm also a stoner because I smoke. Like that doesn't hold water anymore. There's people doing real things now. We
got great points in the chat too, because you can look, and I think we need to apply that, and I would love to see doctors apply that in every situation. You look at Sabrina, marijuana has always intensified the pain for me. You look at Hills, weed puts me to sleep and makes me antisocial. It makes me very social. It's almost a social crutch at times for me. And I'm not saying that any of these one is better than the other, but it's just like the thing that came out to stop whatever. Okay? How on earth is one thing going to affect every single person equally? You know, that's where and I'm not just blaming capitalism or anything like that, because it is tough. It is tough. We weren't built to live in places that have 350 million people, where you have to produce a product that can try to cover 100 million people of different ethnicities, different everything. But it's where the capitalism or the capitalistic ways of the pharmaceutical companies, of those, they don't care. They don't want to take the time to have and you see that with telemedicine becoming more popular.
Long on Tesla again.
More getting to just diagnosing symptoms instead of people. You know, me and you, even if say you were the exact same age as me, Enzo, exact same age, we did a lot of the same stuff. We were pretty much on par with each other. We both get sick. That doesn't mean that what's going to cure me is going to cure you. You got to look a little bit deeper. You got to keep up with blood work. You got to do stuff like that. But it's, that stuff costs money, and they don't want to, and again, it's not just the insurance companies or just the pharmaceutical companies. It's just a broken system.
Isn't it genomics or anyway, No, I was just having the thought and stroked out. But my thought is on the topic of it only affects people in certain ways. What I think is extremely interesting is there's readily available medications right now that you wouldn't have a clue unless I told you or unless you already knew this information, but there are things probably within your reach that 90% of the public is allergic to, but the government still goes and allows it. But then as soon as you go and take like any type of opiate or prescription opioid, that when people have like itchy like noses to where it looks almost like you're doing another drug, and you're sitting there and you look like the little kid from the Puffs commercial for the Kleenex, like, because you're just so itchy, your face is like, that's because you're having an allergic reaction and your body's not enjoying that any longer. But right now, anybody have Neosporin near them or nickel, or I mean, those two are the most common allergies, which is very confusing to me. But Neosporin is one of the most allergenic, like people have, I guess, more people have an allergy to Neosporin than almost anything else. It's
Peanuts,
incredible.
son. Peanut allergies. Everyone's got them.
I don't. They're just not good for your digestive system.
I'm all over them. I'll eat some peanuts.
I will eat some Spy if it goes through VWAP.
So
Right now, though, DWAC looks short.
S&P and the Dow running pretty similar today, both down 0.72%. The Nasdaq down 1 full percent. Whole lot of nothing.
Whole lot of. Well, at some point, genomic testing, there's D-grade. What's up, baby?
Hey, grade. What's up, brother?
Genomic testing should be as easy as just pricking your finger, and you should be able to have something synthesized, or at least have. You should be able to look, dude. I went to the mall the other day and got one blue Dippin' Dot taken out of a Dippin' Dots vending machine, out of a whole thing of cookies and cream. If you can do that, you can go and make genomic testing, no question no question. We're fine.
AMC's not fine right now, down at 507.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, and that stuff got a bad name, Nunya, just because a certain dude on the internets likes to promote it, the colloidal silver.
Yeah, not only that, but Tide Pods apparently aren't good for you.
That's the fact that the people people were doing that. And what did that start as? Like the Tide Pod challenge? Is that how that started as well?
Yeah, there's no way that wasn't a government. The crate challenge, bro, all those challenges that happened in COVID, tell me they did not feel like somebody was literally flipping a sign to you on the highway, but just next to you in your pocket every day.
Yeah, and I think the first experiment was the toilet paper thing. I think somebody or some entity, again, whoever you think is in your mind is the powers that be. Everybody has a different opinion when we say the word they. You know, we always say, well, they, whatever. But that was so inorganic because there was never a toilet paper shortage. And the fact that there was a couple pictures online of people going to stores, grabbing up the toilet papers. for an airborne virus. And all of a sudden it was bedlam. People just all of a sudden were, you know what I mean? You go to a grocery store and now people are buying, like, it was the most ridiculous thing in the world. Instead of stay home and don't go get sick, there's this stuff flying around. We don't know what it is. What do? They ran out and stood nuts to butts in aisles with big ass packages of toilet paper.
I mean, I don't know that I stood that close to anybody, but ATER.
Yes, Nanya. I did that.
Do you remember that?
The ALS challenge, yes, and that one raised a bunch of money. That was stuff that wasn't hurting people. I told you, Nanya, 2 weeks ago, 4 teenagers died in a car accident doing a TikTok challenge where you're supposed to, they robbed a Kia. They show you how to rob a Kia in the TikTok challenge, and you rob it and go real fast and kill all your friends.
Hell yeah.
Like, you know, I'm all for those freedoms and stuff, but when they talk about maybe shutting down TikTok, it might not be the worst thing in the world.
Hey guys, Bitcoin's literally under $17,000 and is in the 16s.
If it's under 17,000, it would have to be in the 16s, unless it was further down. Yes, but they didn't exist, Hills. Those supply chains didn't exist. Those supply chain issues didn't exist until people outbought them. It showed how selfish people are, because instead of saying, well, you know, we can limit it and I'll buy one, people ran out. They were fighting like it was Black Friday over toilet paper. There was no need for it. No need for it.
I think the proper grammar there is people are, so.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. Doctor? You've got to use proper grammar, Randy. Math checks out.
I mean, and I was one of those people, Hill, so I'm not just pointing fingers. As soon as it went down, I'm like, I don't want to run out of toilet paper, you know? I'll join the crowd. Let's go. It's like waiting for a Tickle Me Elmo doll. I might have even waited in line for toilet paper at one point. Yeah, you see that, Nunya? We got D grade and just do.
Yes, sir. You need to go let the girls out?
No,
girl and boy?
She can wait. She's down there making noise. Sorry.
No, you're good. I just thought she was trying to go and give you some bites or something, you know. I have to use is the trait. Why?
Rivian, do they have their earnings?
Rivian just took a dump.
So did Upstart. Man, I gotta say, Upstart. Kramer called it out yesterday. He got a call in yesterday about Upstart, and he said, "No, don't touch it. I'm not touching anything that's not making money right now. Don't touch it." And he hung up on the guy.
Harley, what's up, baby?
Stanley, great to see you, brother. Still sore? Well, it's as long as it's just soreness, my friend. Stanley, and if you're feeling up to it tonight, buddy, we'll be playing poker. Would love to see you, but 1,000,000% understand if you can't make it, but you know where we'll be, my friend.
Am I quite possibly topless?
Yes. All right, 11:32, guys. We are 2 hours into this wacky wild Wednesday here at Outside the Charts. I'm your host, MIA. Join me as always. We got the one and only Enzo Jeezy. Yeah, okay, you gotta get a more catchy name. I need something I could throw it back to.
I mean, I got a couple tunes you could throw it back to. That's a different story, though. More than 9.
NCMI back in the green, so back at 55 cents. Nice, birdie. Wish Ape would do the same. Ape all the way down at 139.
It's not his fault he can't read.
Awesome, Stanley. Awesome, my friend. Very good. Very good. Very nice.
Is Lucid looking sexy yet?
I don't know, but
Woohoo, Mullen got smoked. Tesla is coming down.
yeah, D grade poker tonight. If we can get a Stanley, a D grade, and a Just Do in there, I'll drink some whiskey. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, it is. It is two hills, and you know what? I didn't have a realization of that as much until I made friends like Birdie and Germ Corp and Daniel Bullionaire and stuff. And I think you're right on that. That it's very North America to have a me first attitude. But in our defense, Hills, it's very easy 2.5 years later for me to look back and say we should have did this or this could have. You know what I mean? At the time,
what is the difference? Like, what's the adverse of a Me Too or Me First?
We're just selfish. We're selfish people.
No, I know. I'm saying, what's the difference though? Like, what are the people that?
The people are like what you see throughout the rest of the world of people that, whether it's protests, whether it's whatever, that there's a lot more caring about the well-being of your neighbor. There's a lot more,
There's more empathy in the other. No, there's not.
I think there is. I think
that people have to care about each other because they know in most countries. I'm talking to Ace Lee today, and he's over in Singapore, right? I end up finding out that if you go to Singapore, keep in mind, this is not a joke. He explained to me today that if you go to Singapore with drugs in your system, assuming pot, cocaine, ecstasy, whatever. Let's say you're on a connecting flight from Amsterdam after a boys' weekend.
Yeah, but you're talking about the government. I'm not talking about government policies. I'm talking about just people. I'm talking about just people in general.
They can kill you for 5 grams. They can literally execute you for 5
Right, but
grams.
that's not the people. That's the government. That's not what I'm not saying.
No, but I'm saying if I was in that situation with that type of government as well, I would need to socially network as well to make sure that, hey, if homie gets, if we all get like lined up on a wall, is anybody gonna come save it? Kind of thing. Like, and that's why I think they have to be.
Well, I mean, I know here in America with us having, some of the lowest incarceration rates in the world. Oh wait, no, actually, we've got the most people behind bars in the whole world.
Right.
So I would say just because it's not extreme, I would say we deal with the same stuff here. I'm not saying that it's as bad.
Well, they would have higher incarceration rates if they weren't going and killing all the drug dealers.
Again, I don't speak on other countries' policies because I don't know them. I don't live there. I don't. Cool. But I also don't think that the policies speak of what the people are. I mean, we have a pretty free world over here. We got it pretty good. But yet we still shit on each other all the time. Just go take a walk, take a look outside. Go stand outside of a door. Go stand outside of a building that has a door that you have to physically open. And watch nowadays. And maybe 1 out of 20 people, 1 out of 30 people will even think to hold the door for somebody else. Everybody's got their faces buried in their phones. They don't give a damn. There's no community. There's no sense of community. There's no community organizations.
Well, I guess yes, I completely agree with you. I had said what I was trying to get across was that your government and the way that it leads is going to show 100% how that governing body governed by the people that
Yes, I
you know what
agree
I'm saying?
with that.
It's a reflection.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and like I was saying last night, like we're still a very new country. You know, we're a very diverse country. We're a country of immigrants, and we don't have that, we don't.
Italians were here, I think.
Well, I mean, whoever came from wherever. I'm just saying, as far as the country, we're what, 250 years old? We're still a new kid on the block.
Nah, we were here first.
Me
and Santa, we were posted up. We posted up on the block. You know what I mean? Looking like Joey Bag of Donuts out here. Me and Ant-Man. Woo.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, Hills. I mean, I think that's right. I think it's right. But yeah, I mean, we have a huge population. We have huge diversity. We have it's tough. But I mean, I guess it's a good and a bad thing, right? You look at minorities who maybe were minorities at the time. You just mentioned Italians. You look at like when Italians came here. You look at when Irish came here. They had those, all Irish communities, all Italian communities, things like that. They were able to bring themselves out of poverty when they got here, and many other ethnic groups and things like that. The great thing is that they don't have to live that way anymore. There's not just a Polish neighborhood of, there's not, we're not segregated in that, which is awesome because we shouldn't be. They were different back then because they were different cultures. Now we've all integrated, but with that comes a downside where there's still people that are racist. There's still people that on every side of the aisle have their prejudices against people just by the way they look. And I'm sure every single person in here, no matter your skin color, your gender, whatever, you've experienced some kind of prejudices. Let's not say racism because then it just makes it about race. Prejudices are always going to exist, and that's the more different culture that you bring into a country. Like I love it. I
think that's a soft way to think.
No, it's
It is. If you can't go and look past somebody's, if you can't look another soul into their eyes, knowing that person's equal of value, if not more.
Yeah, but unfortunately, some people can't. And yes, I agree. It's horrible.
I mean, I can't really see a lot of value in what people can do for me, but like I look at like a couple and I can see, oh, that person relies on that person.
That's the first thing I think, Enzo. And this is a curse that my ma gave me. I don't know what she did when I was a kid, but that's the first thing that I think. I don't look at any person and think, how can I gain something from them? I look for them like, what does this person need? What can I do to put a smile on their face, to make their life easier, to just get a laugh out of them, to, it's
100%. No, I think it's got to be ingrained in you. And your ma is an absolutely lovely one.
No, I appreciate that. It's the forced mixture that doesn't work, Tennis. Nature would take its course. I mean, humans will be humans, but when you're directed and told, it just, you gotta, I don't know.
Well, if you put two, man, you could even go to a Beyblade at this point. But if you took two angry dogs, stuck them in a room together, more or less, one of them's gonna come out. And if you let those two dogs out in a pasture somewhere, they probably would have run and be a lot better friends because they would have had space to back up and breathe.
Yeah.
And say, I don't want that. Hold on a minute. But when you get things pushed onto you, nobody obviously likes that. But the more concerning thing is that it's happening to the people that are supposed to be protecting.
Yeah. Tennis, did you buy or were those large buys for you, or just, I'm assuming, because I know you got in and out of DNA. Just making sure.
Can I make a statement? Somebody look at the weekly on HKD.
Nope, I'm going to go with Kramer's second pick of what he said yesterday about HKD. And he was pretty blatant. I've never seen, now, I don't know if he was boozing or what, but the guy called in about Alibaba, and Kramer was just like, no, we're not touching Chinese stocks. They're commies. We're not touching them. We have enough trouble with American stocks. Not buying Chinese. Next.
Yeah, no, he's been doing it for us.
He usually doesn't say commies and doesn't blatantly just say we're not buying anything Chinese.
Oh yeah, that's probably not kosher.
No, it probably isn't.
I
His
wonder,
words, not mine, folks. His words, not mine.
but what's crazy though is how is he getting away with it? But people have said much.
Because he's backed up by big media. Backed up by big media. Senseonics now down over 10%. So played out exactly like we called it, guys, that it would be after earnings, we would see a downtrend on it. So we had a couple green days leading up to it. Ended up red yesterday. Now another one. I'm not concerned if I'm a long-term SENS holder, but again, remember this pattern for the next earnings call because it'll probably be similar. It's not going to be another thing. It's going to be another earnings call that says we're still on track. Now moving forward, when they put out the guidance for next year, that'll be big. But keep an eye on it for a run up into those earnings, probably in what'll that be? December or January. Axon, man, I wish my boy Hyde was around. That thing is ballin'. Up 17%. CVS Frog, I believe, picked up some Axon as well. Maybe a few weeks ago. But that's Hyde's big play. And up 17%, 175.63.
HKD weekly.
Mike. HKD weekly.
Yeah, by the way,
I can't hear you.
oh, sorry. Apple, AMD, the market in general just had a little quick spike to the top side. It'll be curious to see if 17.2 is going to put on Bitcoin for a second. 380 is broken by. Tesla's coming back to that 387. It got over the 388 right there. Google's coming to the top side. Meta looks like it's going to run through the 104.50. Snap's probably going to come back over 10. BBIG is lost cause at this point. Look at SoFi at $5. But everything looks like it's going to bounce here. Look at DocuSign. DocuSign, Teladoc, for some reason, run with not Palantir, PayPal from like 3 earnings ago. And I think that might be still the sentiment, but Teladoc was getting a lot of social sentiment, and I'm watching right this moment Zoom break back over 72.75 after it had quite literally pooped.
Yeah, I know a thing or two about bird law, Lobo. It's my specialty. You're gonna need to get closer to your mic there, buddy.
Look at Activision.
Starting to move up. So they didn't really say much about. I didn't see any of that EU news. They say that there's still. Okay, so there's a bunch of EU antitrust complaints from unfair licensing practices to Activision Blizzard acquisition. Oh, okay, so this is interesting. A collection of Microsoft's rivals, including OVH and Amazon, AWS, fired off an antitrust complaint to the European Union watchdogs alleging unfair licensing practices to lure customers in the region to its cloud infrastructure. Let's see. Bowing to months of pressure from rival cloud providers, Microsoft announced changes to its software licensing terms earlier this year to make it easier for customers of rival cloud service companies in Europe to migrate their existing software to these other networks. The EU also investigated Microsoft's acquisition of video game publisher Activision Blizzard, citing concerns that the tech giant may foreclose access to Activision's games. So far, regulators in Saudi Arabia and Brazil have greenlit the deal. The U.S. Federal Trade Commission and UK's Competition and Markets Authority have yet to issue a decision. So still no word.
I'm going to just leave this here. Because I have to go make a phone call very quickly, but there is this really, really interesting article, and I'm sure it would be a great talking point. I will be in the Discord here very shortly. The inventor of the Oculus. You want to go there?
Go there.
So the inventor of the Oculus, which is a VR headset for like virtual reality. It started out as a social, like, haha, that's kind of funny that it started like a meme. This ended up being a dead serious invention. But the inventor of the Oculus, which is the, what product is that? Who makes that? MIA?
Facebook.
Okay, so the Oculus has a guy named Palmer Luckey has built a custom VR headset that claims it will take a user's life in real life if he dies in the video game. What I really appreciate is that the prompt that goes and effectively rigs charges that will explode if the user is an appropriate, quote, game over screen. Thank you. Effectively destroying their brain, which is actually kind of a tantalizing thought.
I said it's like that movie Brain Scan. Nothing would surprise me.
But it's very interesting to me because of multiple reasons. But like, how many? I would be curious socially, and I would love to see if anybody was able to like get an idea of this. But how many people out of 100 do you think would play that game if you took 100 random people?
It depends on how it was presented to them. If somebody with the stature of like Mr. Beast put it out there and was like, yeah, you know, we're gonna do a real Squid Games. You can do it from your house.
No, I'm saying that that you understood what you were putting on.
Nobody, not one person, I don't think, would sign up to play a game that they die at the end, unless there was was an incentive where if they didn't die, they won cash and prizes. I think humanity is terrible, but I don't think we're at that level yet. But who knows?
Well, in my thought, it would be a lot like a movie like The Purge. It would be something like that would not be a social norm, but do people's sick view on reality sometimes go and allow something like that to go and become like it's in my opinion that's an extreme sport.
Yeah, it is, and I mean, I don't know. I don't
know. It was just a really cool thought to me.
Tennis says 3 definitely would. So
100%. Yeah, absolutely. There would definitely be people. Is that Mullen right there?
What is
Mullen?
SAO degrade? I'm probably overlooking something easy. I mean, I think if they did it like I said, like a Squid Game style or something like that, I think people would compete for cash and prizes, Running Man style.
I like the move it.
Yeah, this is true, Nunya.
What?
Well, like I said, there's got to be some kind. There would have to be some kind of incentive. There would have to be some
Right,
kind of
there-
big incentive,
Right, but I
and
don't
an
think
end. And there would have to be an end. There would have to be a structure for it that, like,
right, it would be a video game. It would literally be Pod Champs, is what I'm trying to tell you. Is like, imagine you going and being able to play a first-person shooter and it actually count for something. I guarantee you, you would have a lot more people in that arena than you think. It's literally a modern day.
it does, but it does
gladiator.
count for something. Why do you think people still sign up for the military every day nowadays?
Right, fair play. So, but it's I don't know. It's an interesting thought.
I think
I think
it would be some AR stuff would be something more.
That's true.
You know, what's up, Jen Matt? Yeah, take pictures for the gram at the Grand Canyon and fall in. It's not funny, but it's.
Why not? Wait.
Not if you die.
And
It's
so,
not
what's
funny.
meta options looking like? Probably, not very, not very good. We got a downtrend. Oh yeah, my meta was just disgusting. By the way, like I started doing this. If anybody was in here, I'm sure somebody at some point was here whenever I was calling this out. Like when we dropped the first time, I want to call it here.
I thought I put the picture in Discord of you dancing with the cardboard cutout of Zuckerberg late last night.
Look, dude, I told you, like, you gotta monetize that first, bro. That's gonna get out and get wild.
Well, people need to know how you pay. You know, sure,
Look,
Enzo's a whiz at the charts, but when all else fails, he likes to consult
my
with
salsa
giant
dance is
cardboard cutouts of
Look,
minor celebrities.
Just because you cannot go and salsa like this and you ain't got the hips that talk, bro.
Well,
Like,
my hips don't
hey.
lie, brother. My hips do not
No,
lie.
hey, look, Shakira, sit down, okay? There's no way. I'm out here looking like a snack pack that smiles back. I'm looking scrum-diddly-umptious right now, okay?
Question here on Meta, though. In all seriousness,
Options. So you got me.
Does the layoff buzz? Does that do enough? Does that wear off? Do we see, after today, do we see a pullback? I mean, that's pretty much the only news. I mean, obviously, Meta, Snap, those companies always got the back burner of TikTok being kind of thrown out there or banned.
Here's what I'll say. There's a lot of people that are wanting this thing to go back to $100 between now and Friday. And when I tell you there's a lot of people, there's a lot of people. Not to mention, somebody bought, 1,400 $450 puts on Meta.
And what's the you don't know the strike?
$450 puts.
$450 puts?
Yes. I don't know. That's the easiest thing in the book to get. There's no risk involved, but
where do you buy a $450 put on a $100 stock?
November 18th. They're down 4% on the day too. That's funny. But I look at the fact that somebody exited the majority of the 175s, the 165s, the 160s, and half of the 175s. Somebody liquidated like half of those positions, if not more, in the way that I look at it. And those are buying those for 17 and they're taking a $10 loss or a 10% loss. Right at November 11th, go look at the open interest and the volume. prior to today, the puts side of things, there were a total of 260 puts held at $240 or $204, excuse me, on Meta. Today, there has been another 8,500 placed there. So you got to assume that somebody is either writing an insane amount of calls, or excuse me, writing an insane amount of puts and selling them to people that think that this is going to go to 104, 105, and it's just going to top and come back. There's a lot of people, though, that have a lot of buys, 42,000, when there was only 2,600 of the $100 puts today. So, in my opinion, if something goes from 2,000 in open interest, then wraps to all of a sudden 42,000 contracts go and fly over to one side of the room, that's a pretty divided room, in my opinion. I think that the people that are going to win are going to be the ones that are right at 102. 102 had 500 contracts. It's also down 72%, and its implied volatility, excuse me, is 72%, and it's also down about 79%. I would go look right there. Looking at this, I'm watching 241 buys, 278, 266 amount of contracts going into, and now they're filling the 104. That's gone from 8,400 to over 8,700 in the last like 2 or 3 minutes. 8,666. And there was like 1,000 options that just went through right there.
I was one of them. Let's crash and burn, baby. Meta to the ground. Let's go.
Oh no. We're having one of those nights.
Let's go. Let's go. Oh, Hills Bills comes in right behind. I buy the put. I'd probably buy Meta. I know it's not an unpopular opinion right now, but it would be a long hold when I ask myself if Meta will be worth more or less in 5 years. My answer is more. I don't care what it's worth in 5 years. I want it to be worth less in about 15 minutes.
No, I think that you're 100% right, Hills. I think right this moment, I think both of you are right. What was your?
Yeah, I think long term, I think she's right, and I think Zuckerberg has seen the light a little bit, and I think this is the first step. These layoffs.
What did you do?
$100 put, bought it at $69.
Not a good idea.
I like it. We'll see how it plays
I mean,
out.
you're gonna I would go and just be careful with that.
Oh, I'm being carefuler than you ever seen. Unless you ever seen a man defuse a bomb live, that's the kind of cautiousness I'm.
You're already up 10%.
I know. I'm watching.
Okay.
I got you.
Don't be losing.
Let's go,
Don't be losing your cool. I'm telling you, this market will bite your ass as soon as you do that. As soon as you go and think, because like I go and do this all the time.
Oh no, I'm positive after CPI tomorrow it's going to crash even more, but I'll take a quick gain right now. Unless that CPI comes in good, which it might.
What happens if it goes and rips to the upside before it does that into close right now, and then decides to come back and use 378 as support on the SPY into the CPI numbers? Do you understand what I'm saying? Breaking to the upside and then coming back to retouch. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can see that.
And then going through when you retouch. Oh, sorry, that support's just automatic, like just gone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that the expensive put?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's expensive, big old bridge right here. We hit the what's the iceberg? They hit an iceberg on any one of these sell orders. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty expensive iceberg. What I think is interesting, though,
You gotta be in it to win it.
I think it's extremely interesting that the 102s. I called to people literally at the bottom of the day that you could have got them for 10 or for 113, 114 area. Or excuse me, I might have been a few shy of that. It might have been 119. I think the best buy you could have got was 114. Crypto, you're gonna get that. You're more than likely going to have that contract run back to about 176 if you're at 102. And I would even say you might want to be careful around the 163. No, Jen Matt, I can respect the Matic and the soul there.
Doge to the moon, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, like Jackie Gleason.
That's all, Crypto. That's all. Just a quick 20%, man. That's all.
Wait a minute, Crypto. Don't relax, because this might be a 3-soldier. Right here on the option of meta at the 102, I'm looking at the chart, and right now you're going to probably get 163, well, let's call it 163 crypto, unless it just decides to rip up to the upside. So if it keeps going, the best I think you're going to get and get rejected is about 170. I think you should probably go 166 to make sure you get the fill in case it does rip up. But if you got any amount of contracts in bulk, definitely take 25% at a time, or even like 33% at a time. I'll give you 1,000 plays that'll go and make your 20%. If you have to do it 100 times or 1,000 times, do that before you take unnecessary risk. That one's easy. It's a very close contract. So don't ever feel like I was always told, or there was one thing that I always remembered. There was one quote that stuck with me, and it's don't ever go and feel bad about a green trade.
Yeah, definitely.
It doesn't matter. I could not care less. Like, you can go and see me. In other discords, I was able to go and make 100% options back to back to back. But if somebody was able to hold those longer and just happened to like hold them longer or whatever it was, like, it doesn't bother me. I'm happy for that person. It's just that's where I evaluate my risk, where that's probably why I retain a lot more than I lose, is because I'm able to go and take that 30, but take that 30 several times. Well, get yourself a $25,000 account and you'll be fine after that. If you can go and find that just happened, you're buying it for 120, you're buying it for 119, ripping $30 off of a $113 investment. I'll take that all day.
Why is Marathon Digital up 2.5%?
Oh, that's called the old crypto switch. I need 378 on the SPY right here to just chill out. It might even take 378.62.
Why is it going against everything else crypto? Marathon.
I will look. Hey, Tesla, goodbye.
I don't follow marathon. I know you play it a lot.
I do. Oh, it's gonna be one of those days. Oh, okay. So Marathon is green because Marathon is wanting to. It's
I
gonna
mean,
be a
I'm
double
seeing a ton of
bottom.
stories like in the news, but I'm not seeing anything that relates really to like all the news stories around it are around the FTX stuff and things like that. I'm not seeing anything like specific to.
Oh, my technicals are fine though. Like you can look at those because those are built different right here, buddy, and that's gonna be false. That's gonna be
Well,
false.
technicals aside, I mean, you're going to tell me that your technicals saw that we would have a 12% down day on Bitcoin and Mara would be up 2%?
No. I'm saying like now that I don't know. I just looked at my chart for the first time, and I'm looking at a trend that I've had around like probably somewhere in here. So you'd probably think April of this year, um, because of this bounce right here that we connected to. That is that same line, and I've been telling people forever that Mara was going to be coming down to at least I wanted to say $8 or so, but it's the reasoning behind it was because of this gap between June 13th area on a daily, and I always thought if we could go, excuse me, and get like look right here. Here's a perfect example. This little box area is 990 down to 976, and that's where I was taking a buy at some point. And right here, here's another trend line that just goes and reiterates my thought is this is going to come down. It has the ability to come down more. I genuinely think that if crypto really gets to going to the downside like it's going to, no question in my mind, you cannot steal people's money, and it be okay.
Yeah,
Nobody's
you
gonna
heard
go.
that, dog. You heard that, dog. I got to pee too real bad, so I'm going to wrap it up. Sorry, I don't want to cut you short, but I got a pot of coffee in me. And
No worries.
yeah, hey, D-Grade. So what we do, D-Grade, we usually cut for lunch, hang out in the Discord. I got to get Nikki and stuff, and then we're always back for Power Hour. But feel free to join us in the
poker.
Discord. And poker, 8 o'clock. So yeah, I'm gonna go take care of those dogs, take a leak. I know you said you got a phone call to make.
I'm gonna go and be in the Discord here in a little bit.
All right, yeah, we will. We'll see you guys in the Discord, or see you back here for Power Hour. Welcome back, guys, for Power Hour. How's everybody feeling? Good, I hope. Good. Better than this market. NASDAQ down 2.29%. The S&P down 1.85%. And the Dow down 1.7%. So not a great day. Okay, let's go more to the downside. How's everybody feeling? Hey, you gotta make money upside, downside, whichever way you can. And I'm having a fantastic day, McDonald's style. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. No power for your hour? Well, you better get fired up, D-grade. What's up? Let's go. Caesar said it. Come on. D-grade, how can't you be fired up? I got a Sharknado shirt on, for crying out loud. That's Sharknado. So, okay. What do we got here? Yeah, a lot of uncertainty flying around. And I don't think that this is solely or maybe even, big time because of the election. I think this is CPI, and I think there's some real worries. So I seen an interesting little chart that they had earlier of if it comes in 8.1 or hotter, they're predicting I think they said 5% on the S&P to the downside. But if it comes in under 7.9, they're predicting 1 to 2% to the upside. So I think there's a lot riding on this, not only for where we're at with inflation, but in regards to what J Powell is going to do in December. So I think we're going to see big movement either which way. It's just a matter of which way it goes. Only bet and maybe game and Twitch, no fire? Well, that's a start. Some gaming and Twitch. And, let's see. Mac's still up there. Top gainer over that $12 mark. Merrimack Pharmaceuticals, 12.05. That's up 201%. Talked a lot about that earlier. Across the S&P, nothing good at all. Apple down 3.25%, 134.98 on Apple. Microsoft down 1.6. Amazon down 3.9%. Wow, look at Tesla. Oof. Brutal. Down under 180, 179.6 on Tesla. Google down 1.39%. So you got 87.79 on Google. You got Nvidia down 5%, 138.60. Berkshire down 1%, 289.80. United Health down 1.7%, and then you have the lone bright spot in the S&P top 10, which is Meta, up 5.6% now for Meta at 101.91. Star Ocean. I know I've heard of that, D-grade. I was playing, I can't even remember the name of it. I was playing a cool little thing they got on Game Pass, D-grade, which you could play, right? I played Xbox games. You played them on your computer. I could play with you, right? It's a cool little, it's almost like Diablo-ish, D-grade. It's, I forget what it's called. It's like a first-person shooter, but, it's like real like dungeony. I forget. It just came to Game Pass like maybe a week or two ago. Me and Nikki been jamming it. Pretty cool. Tesla now down 6%, 179.67. Tesla under 180. I don't know what to say about that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is. It's I think they're most stuff in Game Pass, and I think that game Degrade was actually out on. Oh, it doesn't have dungeon in the game. Like it feels like a dungeon crawler, but it's a first-person shooter. You start and you're like cats and dogs. You start out as a cat. When Nikki comes up here, I'll ask him what it's called. It's fun. Velocipaster? That's a real thing? No, you know, I gave up on spin-off Caesar after what was the Steve Gutenberg spin-off of Sharknado? Something tarantula. It was something with tarantulas, and just when you thought it couldn't get worse than Sharknado, enter Steve Gutenberg. Basically told Ian Ziering to hold his beer, pretty much. Okay, put on glasses if you are looking at the screen, because you're about to see a lot of red. Looking at the heat map, bada bing, bada boom. Meta looks like Waldo up in there. The only real standout green. So, sorry guys. I don't even like to show the heat map when it's that bloody, but we are recovering a little bit. We are recovering. The S&P now down only 1.56%. The NASDAQ down 1.97%. And the Dow down 1.42. Wow, that sounds amazing. After losing his parents, a priest travels to China, where he inherits a mysterious ability to turn into a dinosaur. Horrified by the new power, a sex worker convinces him to use it to fight crime. He is Velocipaster. Coming soon to not an AMC near you. Oh, man. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh. Lots of red. I wish I had something good to talk to you. Let me find something that's green. But days like this, it's a perfect time to position yourself for tomorrow. If you think, how do you guys think CPI is going to come in? D-grade? I mean, you're a great barometer of what's going on out there. As far as inflation, D-grade, and I know it's probably hard to gauge. I know you would see definitely the gas prices. I'm sure that obviously that's affected you greatly. Do you guys see any slowdown in inflation? Do you think that energy will be enough to curb the inflation a little bit? Do you think that demand will be enough to do it? Because if that CPI comes in hot, it's gonna drop, and it could just be everything boiling up, and then YFII, Icy God. that a typo, or am I reading that wrong? Sorry, my friend. I'm not sure what Y F is that YFII? That a boy, Randy. That a boy. Yeah, that's really. I think that's really the best move on a day like today. Okay, that's an honest answer, D grade. I respect that. I respect that. I think a lot. I think that's probably the thoughts of most people. To D grade. I think it's. I think we just take it day by day. Yeah, I'm sorry, Icy God. I have to plead ignorance on this. I still don't know what YFII is. Is that a stock or a coin of some sort? Well, I think the difference is that I think the extreme way it's going to move, I think, is probably worth it, Junk Savvy. I think Randy would agree. Um, there is a chance that it comes in great and the market booms. You know what I mean? But there's a chance. Oh, on Coinbase. Okay, I got you. I got you. Appreciate that. Appreciate the clarification. YFII. Okay. I feel you, D grade. I think a lot of people have felt that way. I think a lot of people have felt that way. I think a lot of people have taken a break, and whether that they financially checked out D grade and had enough of it like that. I even know some people that were having success in the market and stepped away. It gets draining. It gets draining following stuff every day. It gets, So I feel that. And I'm kind of in the process, D grade, of completely changing the way I trade. I mean, I've always had that process. I've always been searching for different, and I've gone through a lot of different styles of trading, trying to find what really works for me, and not saying that I'm just going to stick solely with what I'm doing right now. Crypto, I like more. Crypto, I bought two of those meta puts, right? When we did, I bought one for 69, one for 71, sold the 69 for 99, sold the $71 one for 129. Then picked it back up again at 99. I still like meta to the downside off this inflation. Not financial advice. Yes, agreed, Randy. $8 move. I can see that on the SPY. $8. That's give or take. About what, 3%? Maybe a little bit less. And an $8 from here, Randy, that still, does that put us at the bottom? Possibly, but it doesn't put us at levels that we're too far gone from. You know what I mean? So I could definitely see that. I know it's tough to look downside too. I know it's tough. You look at the SPY down 1.7% today. I think instinctually, you're thinking to yourself upside, right? You're thinking, okay, even if it comes back a little bit. But I wouldn't be too sure. I think I think we're at the perfect level for that play, Randy. I think we're at the perfect level right now, right around that 375 area, because $8 to the upside doesn't put us anywhere close to even the recent highs, and $8 to the bottom, like I said, doesn't put us near any kind of recent lows. Ah, look at you, D-grade. But I still know a little bit about crypto. YFII is a DeFi aggregator platformer or programmer, something like that. Came out a few years ago. Okay, so right there it tells me it's got a little bit of credibility in my book. Without knowing anything else about it, if it came out a few years ago, seems like it has a function. And cool, very cool. And it's like I've told you, 2%. Yeah, my math was off. I was going by 3. I don't know what I was doing there, Randy. I'm sorry. Been a long couple days, Mr. Stogner. Been a long couple days. But yes, D-grade, like I've always told you, you are a lot more intelligent than you ever give yourself credit for, brother. So, cut that shit out, D-grade. I mean that with love. Market falling back to where we were. Maybe not to those lows. S&P down 1.73%. Dow Jones down 1.6%. NASDAQ down 2.12%. Meta fighting right around that 102 mark. Man. You know, in crypto, unless we get, obviously, if we get good CPI, it could mean more upside to Meta. I don't see an immediate turnaround just by laying a bunch of people off. You know what I mean? I can understand the immediate reaction because we've seen it enough now. To me, it doesn't hold strength. But again, I think crypto, we gotta take into consideration that there's a chance that CPI data comes in and we see Meta back over 110. You know what I mean? Something like that. It's iffy. I'm hoping that it runs down in the next 20 minutes, and I'd like to get out of this other call before the end of the day. It's up $24 right now. Or I'm sorry, $23. So I ended up getting it at actually $100, not $99. So I got it at $100. It's at $122 now. Yeah, me too, Jen, Matt. Me too. We're in the same boat. I like that. I like to make him uncomfortable and remind him that he's a wealth of knowledge. Yeah? You got to. You got to. And hey, we all needed to be reminded that, you know? I don't even need to tell you that, Jen, Matt. That's not a thing. You're a wealth of knowledge, and you know what? You haven't rubbed in the Raiders being so bad in my face so much, Gem Matt. So I absolutely love you for that because you have every reason to. You could really be putting the screws to me on that. And you and Odie have kept it pretty civil with me. You know, I would like to think that you guys think like, man, this kid, he's hurting enough just being a Raider fan. We don't need to rub it in. That would be okay. So do you think cheers, Jen Matt. Well played. Well played. Grant, I was just gonna say you just took that out of my the words out of my mouth, brother. I was gonna pose that question to Randy. Which way do you think? So hypothetically, Randy, if we're able to hit both of those levels between now and Friday, 283 to the upside or 383, excuse me. Enzo's rubbing off on me with not being able to read numbers. 383 to the upside, 367. Do you think if we are to get that, do you think that we would get it upside first, like the clown rally, like Grant's talking about? Maybe we fly on the CPI data, and then when it's all said and done by Friday afternoon, we've given all that and some back. Because I could see a scenario like that playing out. Now, again, You ain't hear that from me because I ain't one to gossip. And it's not financial advice. But, wow. Solana's down 44%. Jen Matt, you buying up that dip? Is that what you're looking for? And you know what it is? It's that I'm sure there's probably amazing opportunities. You think we pump first, then drop like a rock. Interesting. I like that. They just might. They just might. They're always cooking something. Always cooking something. So what I'm looking then, Randy, I'm already positioned for downside. I'm already positioned for the downside. Now I'm going to look to pick up a position, and I'll probably wait closer to 4 o'clock and pick up the upside position going into tomorrow. It's not going to be quite a traditional spread play like you're doing, but all the same. But you got me kind of nervous with my meta put, Randy. Like I should get out of it today. So it's up 25% right now. I should really just take the money and run. But I just CPI data aside, I don't see how Meta holds this just on the firing of people. Especially, okay, it's only up 5.5% right now, Meta. But when you look at against the other stocks in the S&P top 10, Apple down 3%, Microsoft 1.5%, Amazon down 3.5%, Tesla down almost 6%, etc., etc., etc. So it's not so much just the 5.5% gains, but it's the 5.5% gains completely against the market on some news that, like, yeah, I get the initial reaction of layoffs is you're cutting costs, you're doing this, but there always has to come some hiccups with that, I feel. And let me know if you guys agree. Let me know if you agree. If you lay off 11,000 people, or 13, it was either 11 or 13. If you lay off that many people, realistically, you have to be presenting yourself with some road bumps, with some speed bumps, as far as all those people couldn't have been completely useless. Like, though, there's going to be tests and stuff, and we've seen, kind of led by Elon Musk, we've seen this kind of attitude of, you need to step your game up. And I'm not saying people in the tech world have or haven't had it easy, in the sense of their work days, things like that. But we're moving to this, push you to do more attitude. And I think that kind of Elon Musk attitude's rubbing off a little bit. And I think if Zuckerberg pushes for something like that, and it could be disastrous for Meta in the long term. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I believe what crypto's saying is all those people are trained monkeys. Or a trained monkey could do their job. At first glance, Grant, I'd have to say that tells me the economy is strong as hell, right? Job market is strong. Consumers' savings are up, Because if you remember, Grant, people got stimulus almost 2 years ago. So they can just keep saying, yeah, people are doing great. People are still spending. Oh, no, it's been across the board. It's been across the board, but it's been staggered enough for people to ignore it, I think. And, we started talking about this, Grant, back in April when we first started. And Tesla was the first one. Tesla, if you remember, was the first company to announce company-wide layoffs. And it was taken with a bit of a mixed reaction. And then everything that the Fed was saying, everything that everybody else was saying was contradicting that. And then we seen Amazon, then we seen Google, then we, everyone. And whichever way they worded it, not everybody said layoffs. Some people came out and said, Amazon was a perfect example. We're doing a hiring freeze. Well, when you have a 150% turnover ratio, a hiring freeze is essentially laying off. It's not just you're cutting the workforce. So it's a little disingenuous when they say, "Oh, well, we're just pausing hiring for a minute." Well, yeah, for a company that all your employees are long term and everybody sticks around, that's okay. But when you have that high of a turnover rate, you're basically laying people off. Oh, I know what it really means. Grant. I thought you were asking me, like, what they tell us it means. Yeah, it absolutely means it's going down further. No doubt about it, and we're prepared. See, the tricky thing, Grant, is like, we got to have two goalposts because we got to have the bottom. We got to keep our eye on when we hit that bottom. But my dog's got to eat and stuff like that. So I got to have goalposts every day on a micro level, which is something I didn't really do as much in the past. I was more of deep dives into stocks and trying to find value there. And not that that's not a great style, and not that I hope to someday get back to that. But it got very discouraging when, you would put 5, 10, 15 hours into a stock, make what everything lines up as a good play, and then it just not mattering. And then you're sitting on it down 60%, 8 months later. So again, I hope to get back to being able to really focus in on some individual stocks and things like that. But right now, we know that bottom's coming. We know that bottom has to come at some point. So it's tough for me to just invest the things in the upside. Now, that's not to say there's not a lot of opportunities out there. Not discouraging you guys from buying stuff that you find value in right now by any means. But for me, I'm trying to hold what I have and trying to at least keep up with if my holdings continue to go down. At least if I can make enough on a daily basis to offset those losses, then I'm okay with it. Yeah, and I think that's still maybe the last hope. I don't want to speak prematurely, Grant, and say it's our only hope. But maybe a cataclysmic event within the market has to happen for those people to be held accountable in the form of margin calls, things like that. I don't know. I know that whole thesis. You know what I mean? I know what it takes. There's no sense us overanalyzing it right now until we see, that kind of action. But yeah. And listen, I mean, this same scenario, a day like today, 6 months ago, I would be sitting here feeling sad because my portfolio is down 10%. But you know what? It's a new day, and today I still made money. And a lot more than I would have. So, continuing to grow, continuing to learn, and just exactly what D-Grade said. Taking things one day at a time, keeping an eye on the bigger picture, but at the same time not obsessing over that stuff. But we do got to get together and talk conspiracy theories sometime, Grant. Because I think we're on the same page about a lot of things. I didn't even. What I absolutely love about you guys, something as big as that I didn't even consider, Randy, in the sense of severance pay and things like that. Which again, it's more short term pain. I feel like Because sure, they'll recover from the costs of that severance down the line. I don't know. How much time's left? 29 minutes. I just don't want to go back to the well too many times, Randy. And I feel like this is up 32% right now. I feel like the smart play is to just take the money. I've already been in and out twice today. This would be the third time. Or let it roll overnight. It's only 40/11th too, Randy. That's what makes me a little nervous. It's a $100 put. $100 put for Friday on Meta. And we're at 101.87 right now. And the S&P slipping a little further, down 1.85% now. NASDAQ down 2.2%. And the Dow down 1.71%. NRBO, new robo. I know Sabrina dropped this news, was dropping news on this early this morning. And I want to say before that initial run up, that is up 42.8% at $1.79. And that is NRBO. So really, all health plays in the top gainers list today. Merrimack Pharmaceuticals, Kala Pharmaceuticals, Nurobo Pharmaceuticals, HCAT Health Catalyst, Outset Medical, and all of them running off of good earnings too, just to get that. So money's still there, and you know, I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes sense in the healthcare field, being that it's not solely reliant on out of pocket money. I would think that it's easier for them to keep up with inflation through insurance. I wouldn't know for a fact, but seeing all these companies running on good earnings, hold one overnight, crypto. Yeah, that's how that's... Oh. Did he say anything about the candidates that he endorsed that lost, Junk Savvy? So, I mean, I guess that's good news for DWAC. As far as is Trump still throwing his hat in the ring. So Trump touts tremendous win for endorsed candidates, says why would anything change on 2024 announcement. Now, did they ask him specifically? And I don't know if it says this, Junk Savvy, or if you know. Sorry, I always put you on the spot. Was it specifically about the presidential thing? Because I don't think he clarified. I don't think he could before, when he just said that he was going to be making a big, possibly maybe the biggest ever. People tell me it's going to be the biggest and the best. So maybe I don't think he said that it was the exact. No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. It probably wasn't worded. It probably doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? As far as how it was worded, we all know what he's talking about. Oh, you were snuggle bugging. Okay, I like that. I do that with the puppy all the time. Oh, I would expect better out of Square Enix. D grade. No comment. Moving along. Yeah, so DWAC a little pump. I'm not sure what time that happened at. We were down as low as 21.55 about 10:30 this morning. And pushed back up to 24.66. I'm assuming that's when he was talking, and now we're seeing a little cup and handle, though. If you're looking at the 1 minute chart, a little bit, actually on the 5 minute chart too, a little bit of a cup and handle forming for DWAC. I want to say we've seen this same pattern Monday afternoon on DWAC. Yes, I agree. My lady. D-Grade should do like his own gaming. Like it would have to be a bigger topic than just gaming, because like stuff like that, like the NFTs that work with gaming, things like that. You know your stuff, D-Grade. And I've seen the proof, so. What else down today? Rivian down 12%, 28.13 on Rivian. We talked about Upstart earlier. Down almost 11%, 17.01 on Upstart. Zoom, that's not good for AMC. AMC partners with Zoom and they dropped 7.5%. Okay. So was it just on a microtransaction level? D-Grade, is that why? Is that because I think it would be cool if you could just earn NFTs in game, if there was something like that, or was it like a microtransaction style? I could see fans getting upset at that. Trucker Simulator. I would imagine that like racing games and stuff like that would probably be the last thing D-Grade would want to do in his free time. Would be playing like any kind of racing games, I would think. Crypto, I think I'm gonna roll with you, buddy, and do I roll with you? I'll roll with you. Let's keep this meta put. If I eat it, I eat it. Unless it comes down. I had because I'm crypto, because I'm 12 years old. I bought it at 100. I put a sell in right away at 169. Just because right before I got back on, I was playing basketball with Nikki in the backyard. I bought I had sold the other two meta puts. Then I picked this one up. So if it gets there, if it gets to 69, I'll take the 69% gains, and then kick myself in the butt tomorrow when it's down 6%. But that's neither here nor there. Well, we're gonna have to work on that. Enzo's been fighting Streamlabs, so he's got control over that. He's taking care of some stuff with his son right now. So he's not out there slacking off, just so you guys know. And then that position Randy that I bought to position myself for tomorrow, that's up 25% right now, these SPY puts. That I'll hold, but this is going to be a perfect time to hedge that with a SPY call. I get down with some Gardener Simulator. I mean, essentially, we've got a ton of those when you really think of it. I've played a bunch of farming games. Stardew Valley. Mainly when Nikki was a baby, Lobo. When Nikki was a baby, I was into, like, you know, RPG type games that like you didn't have to really focus on because I had a baby with me. Oh, they were trying to do the whole NFT thing, like weapons and your character. Ah, so okay, I think I see. So basically, you would get the stuff. It would be stuff that you got in the game that you could then mint into NFTs, basically. I like that, Randy. I will give you that answer in 1 second, Junk Savvy. I just have to run downstairs real quick for the boy. I'm sorry. I will be back in less than 2 minutes, though. I promise. I'll put this on, though. All right. Sorry about that. D-grade. The name of that game is Gunfire Reborn. Gunfire Reborn. Crypto, we're in the same boat. We're in the same boat. It's at 145. I don't know if it's gonna get there. It's gotta run another $23. It's up 47% right now. Ay, ay, ay. Spy calls is what I want. You know, Nikki plays that, Caesar. Nikki plays it. Power Wash Simulator. Pretty wild. S&P down now 2%. The NASDAQ down 2.36%. And the Dow Jones down 1.89%. Yeah, I know. I know, but I want to be in it. I should just take the tendies and buy again. That's what I really should do. That's what I did earlier, and that seemed to work. Sorry, guys. I'm not normally this this preoccupied. Oh, McDonald's created a grease-proof gaming chair, but only for a giveaway in the UK. Well, ba-da-ba-ba-ba. People in the whoever wins that in the UK going to be loving it. I think it's going to hit it on its own. I think it's going to hit that mark. It's at 154 right now. I'm letting it ride. Let's go to 169. 12 minutes. If by 3:55 it doesn't hit, I send it back. I don't see Meta in the green tomorrow. You know what I mean? That's why it's. And I even feel like even if we do get that bump, like because it went so against the grain today, that it could. Decisions. And the market just tumbling. I mean, Randy, I can't not buy a call to hedge now, right? Down over 2%. Can pick up on a SPY for Friday. These calls are still pretty expensive. Doesn't really add up. Paralysis by a net. Well, yeah, that's the thing. I'm still learning methods for this style of trading too. That's the problem. Because the biggest downside for me, Nunya, has been, unfortunately, as dumb as it sounds, and has been selling too early and then seeing that profit. But obviously, taking profits is always a good thing. Always a good thing. Oh boy, alright. Okay. So, we're locked and loaded. Locked and loaded, Randy. Similar play to yours, like I said, not the traditional spread play, but do have positions in both. Oh, absolutely, Nunya, absolutely. No, I always appreciate the not advice. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. And either way, in 8 minutes, we're gonna be in it together, crypto. So let's go, let's go. And then I'm hoping for that initial pump tomorrow, maybe, and then the dump. And you know what? The way that I'm positioned, Randy, if we don't get that pump and we just get the dump, I'm still very profitable. Mainly because of where I was able to buy with the SPY down near daily lows. I just picked up a 388 call. Crypto account I probably wouldn't want to look at today, D-grade. Stock account, yeah. Stock account, because things are so wonky, maybe you're pleasantly surprised. Yeah, Junk Savvy on that DWAC. I'll give you. I'll give you my thoughts on it later tonight. As far as I want to see kind of how the reaction is. And again, this is where I will look for the right-leaning media, okay? Because I won't take whatever about Trump, and this isn't because I'm a Trump lover or anything. This is looking into a stock. I'll look at it like, okay, what are the people on the right saying about Trump? Obviously, the left is going to say what they say. I want to see what kind of support he has. I want to see just the reaction to this election, and mainly because I haven't watched really any election news yet today. I've been trying to focus on the market, so I think that's going to play into it. And I think Junk Savvy, because I overanalyze everything in my life. What I'd also like to look into is what's going on with Twitter, the reactions on Twitter to the changes. The reactions to see how the election talk is on there. Because I still think Twitter could be considered, something that could pull away from Truth Social. So if Twitter goes either the real free speech route or... Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. And that's what I'm saying. I haven't looked at that angle yet, Junk, as far as... I heard it on CNBC. Take it for what it's worth. That's my fear, Lobo. That's my fear. I don't know. I don't know if it's immediate enough to have an effect on Truth Social right now. But I think we got to take that into play. I think we got to take that into consideration. I still haven't seen the Senate results. I'm not sure what's in, what's not in. So maybe there's still some things up for grabs where if it does lean the Republicans' way, maybe it gives Trump a little bit more traction. I don't know. I think the New York Post, I believe, they had a headline basically promoting DeSantis. I forget the exact wording. 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes. 4 minutes, and don't try this at home, guys. Not that anything I say is financial advice, but I'm gonna take the chance and let this meta put fly. And again, I'm not playing with big money, guys, as far as these trades till I really know what I'm doing. This was a $100 investment that's worth $140 right now, but I like the downside. So it's like deal or no deal. Right now, Howie Mandel's willing to give me $140 for my Medi-Call. I'm not selling. 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes. Oh, times are getting tough. Times are getting tough. Crypto's gambling all of his son's allowance. Fantastic. Well, yeah, and some would argue, Junk Savvy, that that the last Georgia runoff, he may not have had the best effect on it, if I recall correctly. Again, that's where policies aside with Trump, I think that's where his personal arrogance gets in his way. And, you know, we all do it on small levels. We all sometimes have trouble getting out of our own way. I don't know. I would like 2 fresh candidates. I would love if there was, if tomorrow morning we woke up and there was just like a, hey, there's a big conference going on today. Everybody has to listen. And there was just a bunch of Democrats and a bunch of Republicans, and they were like, listen, guys, we know you hate Trump. We know Biden's incompetent. We're going to give you guys 2 fresh characters. Just like they released a new character in Apex, we're going to give you guys 2 brand new characters to choose from next time. And then I'd be in. Let's go. You know. It's the definition of insanity, because we keep trying to do the same stuff. We keep trying to vote the lesser of 2 evils, hoping that it'll you know, whatever. Either way, like you said, Junk Savvy, the sun will still come up tomorrow. We still live in the greatest country in the world. So, you know, I'm still pretty damn proud to be an American. And let's focus on the good again. I didn't see any violent protests. I didn't see, hopefully none of you guys encountered that. And like I said, my election, or my voting experience yesterday was a great one. There was no nothing. So again, I don't speak highly of my city too often. And even though some of the candidates, most of the ones that I voted for lost, I accept it, and I'm ready to support the people that are in charge. That's all. Well, and Lobo, Trump and DeSantis can say the exact same thing, and it be taken completely different. There's the bell, guys. DeSantis just seems a little bit more empathetic, a little bit more, and you know, maybe it's because even though he was kind of thrown into celebrity status, you know, mainly around some of the controversial issues, things like that, he was thrown into, but he doesn't come from fame. You know, so it's not an excuse for Trump's arrogance, but it's a reason behind it. It's I see why he is the way he is, and why DeSantis, I think, could probably deliver a lot of the same messages, but you don't have to tell people that everything you do is going to be the greatest of all time and the biggest, and just do it. Just tell us what you're doing and do it. Okay? We don't need 4 adjectives. It's going to be huge. Some say the hugest. Who cares what some say? Of course, you're surrounded by yes men. Of course they're going to tell you it's the biggest and the best. I'm sure you heard that a lot of times in your life, and I'm sure it wasn't always the biggest. Trust me. Yes, he's more disciplined. He's not as much of a bully. I don't know. I just think that it would. I think if both of them people come 2024, if they really care about the country, I think Joe Biden and Donald Trump would say, okay, we're stepping back. We don't need what happened in 2020 to happen again. Okay, it's not a God-given right for him to be president, and that's where he loses me. Is he acts like it's his right, it's his dude. No, there's 300 other million Americans out here, and I'm for sure that there's somebody that could be better than you, and I'm sure on the other side there's someone that could be better than him. So I don't know. I think that'll be telling. World's a terrible place. Terrible place. I sounded like Tennis's physical there. Hey, you know what the deal is, Lobo. We take care of our own. We take care of the stuff that we can, and we say a prayer tonight that Zuckerberg loses a lot of billion tomorrow morning, and that'll make me and crypto happy men. We don't ask for much in life. We ask for our puts to be in the money tomorrow when we get up, and that's it. Ay. Well, guys, it is now 4:05. I hate to leave you, but I'm gonna. On that terrible note, no. Again, let's look at the good side. And maybe I'm probably gonna turn on the news and see buildings burning somewhere or something. But you do have to kind of look at the positive with all the buildup. And I know it's not over yet. I know we're not out of the woods. But with all the buildup about this election, about potential violence and voter intimidation and things like that, let's at least look at it in somewhat of a good light. Maybe we're on our road to some sort of civility. Who knows? But I'm hopeful. And, 10 of you guys, or all you guys whose candidates did win yesterday, congratulations. To all you guys whose candidates didn't win, do your best to be the bigger person. I'm not saying you need to switch to the other side, or you need to, but work with these people. Work, be willing to I know these aren't your decisions, but have an open mind, and don't hold it against the people. Even if you hate a politician that won, don't hate the people that voted for him. Okay? They're just trying to vote for what's best for them and their family. They're not trying to vote to harm you. What the parties do, that's different. But the individual voters, they're not voting because they hate you. They're voting because they hate that guy. And the same on both sides. But yes, poker tonight. If we can get just due and or D grade. If I see D grade in the poker, I'll have a whiskey, Lobo. How about that? I'll have a whiskey, just in honor of seeing old friends. But I'm gonna go get some dinner, do whatever it is I do. Well, it's again, I don't mean like blindly, don't call these guys out or anything like that. But yeah, it's real easy to be misinformed, Lobo. It's real easy for people to drink the Kool-Aid. I'd say it's the same thing as the opioid stuff we were talking about earlier. People, especially people from the old school that had this belief that you could trust mainstream media, that Tom Brokaw's going to come on at night and tell you what's going on in the world, and you could trust it. And I think there's a lot of people that just, it's not because they're ignorant, it's because they're just, they don't dwell on it, so they don't see it, you know what I mean? And that's the thing. We have to have compromise. We have to have a little compassion. And there's going to be issues that neither side bend on. And that's fine. That's what makes this country so great. But we do need a little bit of understanding, a little bit of, that's all. And maybe we'll see it. Maybe maybe it's a good thing that there wasn't some ridiculous red wave. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe people are realizing, hey, we don't have to go to the extreme to try to do something. We need to work together. And maybe we get gridlock. Maybe we're surprised we get something positive out of it. But either way, I'm going to go get some food in my belly. Randy's going to crack open that bottle of Jameson. Well, all right. I'm definitely going to go eat some dinner then now, on that note, because I don't want to have a bellyache if I got to drink whiskey. But, D-grade, 8 o'clock, poker, be there. Do it. All right, guys. Much, much love. Thank you all again from the bottom of my heart for being with us today. Always my pleasure. And again, the love, the support. Can't thank you guys enough. And, yes, that it rhymes and it's true, Nunya. The masses are asses and the political world knows and prays on it. I don't think we need to say anything else. I think that says it all, Nunya. And I will see you tonight at poker and hope to see some of you guys there. And even if you don't play poker, come in and have a chat. Come in and have a chat. Sometimes the language gets a little bit, no, you better, D-grade. Even if you don't play poker, D-grade, at least stop in and say hi, buddy. At least stop in and say hi. But yeah, even if you guys don't, there's some cursing in there once in a while, but we do always keep it respectful. We always keep it respectful, so don't ever feel intimidated to come hang out. And that's it. All right, y'all. Been a great day. We're going to do it all over again tomorrow. Crypto, I'm going to go delete my Facebook account just for the cause, brother. Let's go.